This Thursday edition of Wire to Wire. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon from Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Track announcer John G. Dooley. Sunny skies in the upper 80s. Main track fast. Turf course looking good. Rated firm. Turf rail this week was set at 48 feet. We've got a really nice 10-race card here on tap today for all of you horse players and fans joining us here at the track on a nice summer day. In fact, the final two races, Quarter Horse Stakes, will have the running of the Airborne Leader and the Horseshoe Indianapolis Classic. A pair of Quarter Horse Stakes to wrap up the racing program here today, starting off with a nice turf allowance. That'll start off the 50-cent early pick 5 as part of a 10-race card. As I mentioned, sunny skies, summer-like temperatures, fast and firm for all of our guests and horse players for the official race day forecast. It's that time here on the pre-race show, Wire to Wire. Head downtown, check in with Chris at WRTV6 for a weather look. Chris?
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
Oh, just a beautiful afternoon in store. Very typical of August. We're going to make it back into the mid-80s and kind of hold right around here through the afternoon and evening hours. Dry skies in place at most, a passing cloud or two. That'll take us through 4 to 5 p.m. Temperatures will feel a little bit warmer than this. Humidity will make it feel likely closer to 90 degrees, but we stay dry. Temperatures will run near average for today. John, back to you.
All right, Chris, there a look at the forecast for our racing program here today. As I mentioned, we have a couple of Quarter Horse Stakes to wrap up the program. By the way, thoroughbred-wise, Fernando de la Cruz tops the jockey standings with 56 wins, and Randy Klopp leads the trainer standings thoroughbred-wise with 34 victories. As far as those Quarter Horse trainers go, nobody hotter this week than Tony Cunningham. He won Tuesday's Paul Martin Overnight Stakes with RR Let a Run for Robin. Yesterday, as an encore, well, Tony teaming with Francisco Quintero to win the final two races of the day, including a victory by You Drive Baby, taking out a Quarter Horse Maiden Dash, and then a finale yesterday. Let's go back and take a look at this one under jockey Francisco Quintero, breaking from that outside post. Tony Cunningham, as I mentioned, having won the feature race here on Tuesday, the Paul Martin Overnight Stakes, won the 9th race on yesterday's card, a Maiden Dash, and here's Sweet Vengeance charging home under Francisco Quintero. Good effort by La Spirit Moves Me with the rail, but Sweet Vengeance surged to win it. For the hot connections in those Quarter Horse dashes, Tony Cunningham, congratulations, has been on a roll this week teaming with Francisco Quintero. And as I mentioned, a couple of Quarter Horse Stakes races to close out today's racing action with the running of the Airborne Leader, and the Horseshoe Indianapolis Classic will close out the card today. Contest-wise, we've got the contest back in 2025, talking about B.A.'s Hat Trick. Of course, featured on Thursdays every Monday. It's Dooley's Legends. Then we have coming up on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, we've got Racing Rachel's Warriors. But Thursdays this month, B.A.'s Hat Trick. Now, more about this today. It's for both on-track and online players. And you choose what you want to bet on. In races 3 through 7, players have a choice whether to make 3 bets in total. $4 win play show, $2 exacta box with 3 horses, and a 50-cent try box with 4 horses, part of the contest. And the top player each Thursday here during this month will win $250 plus. All players who hit all 3 wagers, well, you'll be entered into a $100 drawing as a hat trick player. And again, the contest every Thursday here this month. And of course, we have contests on Mondays and Wednesdays for all of you Racing Rachel's Warriors. This contest, B.A.'s Hat Trick, for those joining us here on track and online at horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com. B.A.'s Hat Trick back here in 2025. A new contest, that'll be tomorrow. We'll talk more about Silks and Roses in just a second. A big event. We've got Friday night racing here kicking off at 6 o'clock. Big night for us with the event, Silks and Roses in Anderson. It's Dan Patch night. So big cards here in the Hoosier State for both the thoroughbreds. We will have a Quarter Horse Juvenile Dash opener tomorrow night, but then followed by thoroughbred action and, of course, standardbreds there on Dan Patch night at Hoosier Park. It deserved a handicapping contest, and we've got it. The $2,500 patched in. Top 6 handicappers here tomorrow night, combining racing with Hoosier Park. And on Dan Patch night, the contest will feature our 7th, 8th, and 9th, combined with Harris Hoosier Park's 11th, 12th, and 13th on Dan Patch Stakes night. Entries are due on track and online. HorseshoeIndyContest@gmail.com. By the first contest race, that's the 7th here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Approximate post time, 9:20 p.m. Eastern. Our first race post time, that Quarter Horse Juvenile Dash will go at 6 o'clock And a lot of great racing action here. Proud night, really, for the Hoosier State, with the Dan Patch Stakes being staged at Harrah's Hoosier Park. And we've got an outstanding card here for all of our race goers on tomorrow night, kicking off at 6. And not only great quarter horse and thoroughbred action here tomorrow for Silks and Roses, let's talk more about this special event. It's new here in 2025. Hopefully you have plans to join us here at the track, maybe already having made your clubhouse reservations. The evening will include some exclusive gifts, including a spa package, ladies golf clubs, designer purses, wine baskets, and more. We're going to have several stations like a flower bouquet station, live entertainment by Leo Long there right under the awning on a summer night here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and also a chocolate station courtesy of Kilwins of Fishers. Some great chocolate from them, from Kilwins. Also, we're going to have raising proceeds, t-shirts for $10 for I Win, Indiana Women in Need. We'll also have our lady handicappers putting in their picks along with our Racing Rachel for this special event. All proceeds from tomorrow night will go, as I mentioned, to I Win. That's Indiana Women in Need. And again, Kilwins of Fishers, they're going to have that chocolate station. Given it's with the summer temperatures here expected tomorrow, that'll be indoors at the first floor OTB. But we'll have the OTB contest counter open for that patched in contest, and a lot of great things happening for all of our guests here for Silks and Roses, that special event here tomorrow night with our live racing program kicking off at 6 o'clock. Each and every day here, we'd like to thank our sponsors for racing in 2025 at Horseshoe Indianapolis, with still months to go until that mid-November closing date here for 2025 this season. Especially thanking Murphy Trailer Sales. They're our Winner's Circle sponsor this year. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. You can reach out to them at 765-361-8803. Thanks to Murphy Trailer Sales for their sponsorship of the Winners Enclosure. The starting gate and tote board sponsor back with us sponsorship-wise this year. It's B&H Electric. They've got locations in Shelbyville, also in Seymour and Bloomington. You can reach out to them on the World Wide Web at bh-electric.com. Maybe you're looking for a new truck heading into the fall, looking for some new wheels. Indiana's giant Hubler. They've got locations here in town and also in Franklin. You can reach out to them on the web at drivehubler.com. Social media-wise, I've been talking a lot on my X account about Silks and Roses, also great racing across the nation. This weekend, we'll have an all-quarter horse card coming up here on Saturday at 10:45 a.m. But again, Silks and Roses, that here under the Friday night lights. You can reach out to me on X at John G. Dooley. In fact, mentioned this morning, my social media account, the fact that Alex Achard, 10 wins here this season, 6 for his last 25. He'll ride the second place horse in the Jonathan Schuster Memorial in the Million coming up on Saturday at Colonial Downs. That Runaway Storm for trainer Ethan West. Posted that on my social account. Racing Rachel will be along later today on X at Racing Rachel M. Martha Clausen standing by. A couple of quarter horse stakes. The handicap here for Martha, the airborne leader, closing the card with the Horseshoe Indianapolis Classic. That'll be the finale as part of our 10-race card here. And Brian Aragoni, Mr. Pick Fives here at the track. Brian, you can reach out to him on X at Mr. B Analyst. And of course, Brian, Rachel, part of that group, taking part in the Grayson Grass Challenge. They had a good day yesterday. Racing Rachel and the anonymous Dan picking a nice long odds winner, Tiempos Buenos, on yesterday's card. Track-wise, we've got you covered too on X at HS Indy Racing. Also, we're on Instagram, a presence there, so smile. Send us your photos at Horseshoe Indy. And YouTube, do subscribe to our YouTube channel. We're there each and every racing day with Wire to Wire. You can watch the replays in their entirety at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. Beautiful one. Summer temperatures, sunny skies, main track is labeled fast. The turf course, we've got 4 on the turf today, including that turf allowance opener to start off the 50-cent early pick 5. Course is firm and the turf rail set at 48 feet. Just under a half hour away from the first of the day. We're going to take a break here on this Thursday edition of Wire to Wire, our pre-race show here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. When we return, you'll be joined by racing analyst Brian Aragoni, hoping to put together another winning and successful early pick 5 ticket for all of you horse players and fans joining us here today at the races. So keep it right here, back with B right after this.
Aquí la herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Jack Daniels starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis here on a beautiful summer Thursday here at the place we call home. We've got BA's hat trick going on today. We've also got a Friday of racing for the ladies and then a Saturday quarter horse day. And if you love quarter horses, we've also got some very nice stakes on the back end of this card. Again, it is my pleasure to deliver 10 races to you on a fast and firm turf course with that rail setting out at 48 feet. We do kick off turf racing right away early on in the card today. In fact, race number 1, we're going to head out to that turf course for the first time of the day. If you're looking for that horseshoe hat trick, you can find that beginning in race number 3. We'll kick off that late fire 5 in the 4th race. And the Itoba pick 4, been a huge hit this season in race number 5 with some stakes action at the back end of this card. But let's take a look at this first turf race of the day. 9 of them will go to the gate, a mile and a 16th on a firm turf course. And I found this race quite challenging myself. I'm going to take a stand against your current favorite, who's in lukewarm favoritism right now, 1945 for Michael Lauer, Joseph Bielmer, and the Lauer gang. Just a horse that I'm going to try and play against. Is a late runner, kind of a one-turn closer, and so far on our turf course here recently with the heat, you haven't had much success coming from way out of the pack. What about a horse like 9 Questions for Tony Granitz and Lucky J Stables? Santos Saja are going to be calling the shots in here. Is 0 for 2 on the turf, actually debuted on the turf, ran on the turf last time, and tried his best to blow the turn. He did blow the turn a little bit. Santos Saja was pulling on that left rein quite aggressively, but I thought closed very quickly into that race, was finishing up full of run, and the race was ultimately over when 9 Questions was just starting to get rocking and rolling. You've also got Whiskey Tryst, who makes a ton of sense, should be alone on the front end. Mr. Korn, I'm not sure we saw his best performance last time out. He ran on July 10th. It was incredibly hot. He was completely warm and washed out. He looked frankly terrible before the race, and he didn't run poorly by any means. He was the last one into stride, and he was well behind early, and then he was very wide into that first turn. He had a troubled trip. He didn't look good pre-race. I'm going to be monitoring him as they warm up today because I do expect a much better effort. He just didn't handle coming in off the layoff very well, and I think today there's plenty of upside with the turf mare. That was a 7-time winner on the turf and made over $250,000. The turf is where Mr. Korn wants to be. We'll see if he can run better than Drink Cornbread did yesterday, who was beaten by a mile as my top selection. Race number 2 will be on the dirt, a mile and 70 yards in here. Scratch numbers 4 and 6. 4 and 6 are out. I'm going to go to your heavily backed favorite, Dreaming Bro. Maybe 5-2 on the morning line. I expect this horse to go off at 3-5. Joseph Davis takes over from Jose Casares, but Casares Racing Stable still owns this 4-year-old gelding who's got 1 win from 8 starts. A ton of class relief in here from the allowance level down in the claiming ranks in here, and I think it'll do him a world of good. Has tactical speed. This is a horse who should be on the front end. Fernando de la Cruz, our leading rider in here, is going to be on your heavily backed favorite, Dreaming Bro, and I'm going to lean into this one as a single in both my pick 5 as well as my pick 4. For me, race number 2 strictly goes through the 9. If you're looking to get creative, maybe with an exacta, I might play the 9 over the 2, 7, 8, potentially a trifecta that way as well. Race number 3 will be on that turf course again. Scratch 3, 9, 11, 13, 14, 15, and 16. 3, 9, 11, 13, 14, 15, and 16. It sounds like a lot of scratches, but it still leaves us with a very wide open race. This is a great betting race in here. She's very demure. Cost me a lot of money on Indiana Derby Day. I thought that horse was going to run very big for Cipriano Contreras and Manny Esquivel, and frankly did not run a step. Today, I'm hopeful that they can bounce back, maybe all along the turf, going long in the turf. They broke super slow last time out. If they break alertly today, I think she's very demure, could be awfully live in here. What do you do with the Pennsylvania bred Justifiable Steel? $250,000 stud fee for Justify, sold for only $50,000, but has some very sneaky good workouts. I don't always pay attention to the times, but when you're a bullet, best of 35, June 4th, and only your third workout, you've got my attention. And then maybe a little bit of Rider Air going 46-4, breezing from the gate June 27th. I'm not sure they wanted to show their hand in that manner, but I do love that they come back with a 5-furlong workout as well before the debut. Justifiable Steel could be any sort. Dreaming Collect is an obvious horse. Second-time turf, Joe Ramos, Joe Davis. That horse is very obvious. Let me point your attention to Temple Goddess. 15-1 on the morning line, a 2-year-old filly by Temple City. Immediately you think turf out of Revel Stoke with Jane Elliott teaming up for Jim Corrigan. Now, Temple City draws your attention to turf, but on the bottom, Revel Stoke. This is a mare who is a 7-time winner. She banked over $260,000, and of that $260,000, $116,000 was made on the turf. She certainly handled the turf. In fact, she was in graded stakes on the turf course, and she's been pretty productive as a brood mare as well. She's winning at 10%, but maybe most notably some horses that have had some very nice success on the turf. I expect Temple Goddess to improve immensely. They wanted to get her on the turf on debut, could not, and they will find their turf today, 2, 4, 5, 7, and 10 in race number 3, which looks to be a wide-open event and still a big field despite the scratches in the third. Race number 4, maiden special weight event, going 1 mile and 70 yards. And here's scratch number 6, Shell Shocked, out of this event. I'm going to key in on 2 horses, not going to get overly creative in here. Get Even Kid, John Herron. This is a horse who couldn't take advantage of a dream trip last time out, but they were a bit rank and pulling early on in the race. Just did not want to settle under the guidance of Fernando de la Cruz. Came under a drive midway through the turn. Couldn't make an impression on the top group, but did stay on evenly. And then you've got Dreaming Girl, Joe Davis, Alex Ashard teaming up in here. Yarmari Correa off, Ashard aboard. Broke sharp last time out, just off the leaders, and was steadied midway through the turn. And keep in mind, this was going 6 furlongs. Got steadied, lost all momentum, and really re-rallied. Should have won that day at 6-1. Dreaming Girl in a big way for me today. A horse that I think should be able to handle the distance, but those late-running sprinters don't always get the distance. We'll see how it plays out today. But the 2 obvious choices for yours truly in race number 4. Race number 5, maiden special weight event. Scratch your outside 4 runners. 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. I suppose I can't count because that is 5 runners. Scratch the outside 5 runners, 11 through 15. 5 furlongs going to be the distance in here. Another great betting race, maybe the best betting race of the day. Ms. Candy at 10-1. Gennaro Garcia ran a solid effort on debut for a first-time starter. This is a owner and breeder who are very patient with their horses, and I expect this horse to get better with experience, and that experience could come today. Echo Road is a horse who got completely shut off at the 8th pole last time out, could run a much improved race. You've got number 4, Magical Day. I'm not convinced this horse wants to win. It looks like Godolphin's waving the white flag. I know they're not in for a tag, but this is a horse who debuted Churchill, went to Gulfstream, went to Keeneland, Churchill, and Ellis. Now, I love Horseshoe Indianapolis, but we are not yet Ellis Park, Churchill Downs, or Keeneland, and Magical Day has taken a huge plunge from a purse perspective, from 120, 110, 99, now down to 43. It's no drop in the bucket by any means, but I'm not convinced that Magical Day truly wants to win regardless of the level. You've got number 6, Keely Jones. A lot of workouts before the debut. 21 workouts. A horse who trained very well on the synthetic at Turfway Park this winter and then had about a month off. And looks good in the works again. I can't knock any of the works. I mean, this 3-year-old filly by Blue Point, she's put together very nicely. She's training well, but anytime there's 21 works before the debut, I'm a little bit cautious. Follow the tote board on that one. And Lady Pippa, I remember betting this horse back at Saratoga. Was training like a good thing way back then, and they thought highly enough of her to bring her all the way up to Saratoga to debut last summer, almost a month to today. She showed brief speed. She came under a ride and just kind of evened out since then. She came to Horseshoe Indianapolis. She ran third and couldn't take advantage of what was a clean trip. Maybe the turf is where she's always wanted to be. The blinkers go on. You get Bob Medina, Joe Ramos at 20-1. You do not want to be kicking yourself leaving that horse off your early pick 5 or your Itoba pick 4 as well, because anytime Joe Ramos and Bob Medina, either of those two win at 20-1, you're thinking, how did I not use that horse just on those two alone? Their jockey-trainer combination, they win at 25%. Their return on investment, they rarely get bet, and that is only going to go up today if they do win at that morning line price. $3.63. If you had teamed up every single time that Joe rode for Bob, you would be making almost 4 times your money, and that is how you turn the game into a profitable endeavor, and that's what we're all here for, especially on a Thursday, heading into a beautiful summer weekend. We don't have all that many weekends left, but we've got a ton of racing action here at Horseshoe Indianapolis this weekend. We run on Friday night at 6 p.m., and then we run on Saturday as well with the quarter horses. So I'm thankful you're here, and hopefully we can make it a profitable Thursday for you at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck today.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John Giudoli on this sunny summer day. Temperatures in the upper 80s. Conditions-wise, fast and firm. Great conditions for our 10-race card. Main track fast, turf course firm, turf rail set this week at 48 feet. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. And the first, on the turf to kick off the 50-cent early pick 5. Top of the card with no scratches. A couple of rider changes. 3 Hora Certa will be ridden by Loban Machado, the Axeman. Loban Machado on 1 Hora Certa. Number 7, 1945, a change of jockey to Joseph Bimmer. Joseph Bimmer rides 7, 1945. No scratches, all 9 run in the turf opener. In the second race, here's scratch 4, Roca Dora, and 6, Two-Step Jake. Scratch the 4 and the number 6. To race 3 we go. 104-10 Carter for the turf course. Here in the maiden juvenile fillies turf. Scratch number 3, No More Cowbell. 9, Tiki Hut. Scratch 11, Filly Doro. Take out 13, Spastic Bid. Number 14, Combustible Mess. The 15, River, Waveney, and the 16, Maxfield's Dream. Note number 12, Aurora Spirit, draws in. Aurora Spirit, the number 12, will run. Scratch the 3, 9, 11, 13 through the number 16, all have been scratched. Number 2, She's Very Demure, a change of jockey to Santo Sanjor. Santo Sanjor rides number 2, She's Very Demure. Start here, the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick, all turf pick 3. In the 4th, scratch number 6, Shell Shocked. Number 6, Shell Shocked, has been scratched. That maiden in the 4th starts the 50-cent late pick 5. Race 6, Maiden Fillies Mares Turf Sprint. First leg of the $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba. Here, scratch the also eligibles. 11 Emoji, 12 Dear Scarlet, the 13 Point Set Match, scratch the 14 Morana, and the 15 Sunny Ray. Scratch the also eligible 7 Tectonic, the jockey Danny Sheehy. Danny Sheehy rides 7 Tectonic. On to the 6th race we go. And in the 6th, 104 today on the turf course as noted. Scratch 2, Ocean Victory. The 12, Fear and Loathing. And 13, Feathers Road. Here, number 11, Heavy Hitter, draws in. Heavy Hitter, the number 11, runs in the turf mile. Scratch the 2, 12, and the number 13. In the 7th race, Maiden Sprint, scratch number 7, Misty Moonsong, and number 9, Forever Tapper. Scratch the 7 and the number 9. Number 5, Bootlegger Justice, the jockey Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Waive the apprentice allowance, 120, corrected weight. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. rides 5, Bootlegger Justice. Waive the allowances, 120, corrected weight. In the 8th race, 6 entered, 6 run, but there'll be no 10-cent grand high 5. There's that wagering note. No pentafecta in race 8. A pair of quarter horse stakes to close out the card. The first of those in the 9th at 6:15, the Airborne Leader. Over the 350 yards, no scratches, no rider changes. Number 5, Stone Cold Concept, add 1 pound to the program I listed, makes it there 129. All 8 run in the Airborne Leader Stakes. And in the 10th at 6:43, closing the card with the Horseshoe Indianapolis Classic over the 400 yards. Scratch here the 3, Candy Girl, 10, Paradise Beach, 13, Mercy I'm Hot, and 14, CC Relfast. Number 11, Jessariah draws in and will break from post position number 10. Number 12, Authenticity draws in, breaks from post position number 3. Scratch the 310, 13, and the 14. And number 7, Terrafina, a change of jockey to Francisco Quintero. Swept the late double on yesterday's card for Tony Cunningham. Francisco Quintero riding for another win this week on the 7, Terrafina, and the Horseshoe Indianapolis Classic over the 400 yards. Horses in the walking ring for the turf opener. Starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s here this season. 10 minutes away from the first. All 9 run. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses call postward for the first race. Starting the card on the turf of the Mile and 16th, here a field of 9. Number 3, Hora Certa. A change of jockey to Luan Machado on 3, Hora Certa. Number 7, 1945, the jockey Joseph Bilmer on 7, 1945. All 9 run. Race 1 with exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Start of rolling doubles, pick 3s, and the 50-cent early pick 5 starts with a turf. Firm and fast. Nearing post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the turf opener. Starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Firm and fast. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Crossing over to the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The Indiana breds arriving at the mile and a 16th start. At the gate, it is now post time. They're going in. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Mr. Corn. Alberto Burgos, Boutry Fitty, has joined Mr. Corn, Sando Sanjor with 9 questions. Mitch Murrell hangs a tank in the hot pink. Juan Machado with Hora Certa. Joseph Bielmer with 1945 coming up toward the gate. Here, all 9 run. Evan Roman with Whiskey Trist drew 4. The mile and a 16th. 2 back. Jose Gutierrez with Max Nix. Like 9 questions, both for Tony Granitz. One more, Joe Ramos with David's Creed. Under sunny skies. It's the first of 4 today on the turf course. Firm, relative 48 feet this race week. Here comes the first. They're in the gate. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 9 questions. Smartly away. Boutry Fitty with the rail. Here's Whiskey Trist, and Hanks a Tank is also vying for the early lead. And on the outside, Mox Nix attends the pace as they make their way toward the first turn. Whiskey Trist vying for it with Hanks a Tank. Whiskey Trist is racing on the inside of Hanks a Tank out to the stretch while 3 clear. From Mox Nix in third with 6 furlongs to run. The next 3, 9 questions with Hora Certa between horses and David's Creed in the purple cap as these Indiana breds go to the back of the course where Whiskey Trist is just the overall leader. Mr. Corn, Boutry Fitty running second to last, and 1945 trails here in the Thursday opener. 23.53 lead seconds. It's Whiskey Trist. With the rail for Evan Roman. Whiskey Trist leads by 1/2 to 3/4 to Hanks a Tank staying close. Then on the outside is Mox Nix and 9 questions, both for Tony Granitz. They're third and fourth with inside a half mile to go. Hora Certa is near the rail there for Juan Machado running in 5th. David's Creed wide both turns in 6th. Lengthen after Mr. Corn in 7th. And then comes Boutry Fitty, and 1945 remains last. Half mile, 48.64 seconds. Hanks a Tank now up to Whiskey Trist. Whiskey Trist and Hanks a Tank. They remain locked in battle coming toward the quarter pole. Mox Nix is right there close third. David's Creed is gearing up. David's Creed circling for Joe Ramos on the far outside. As they come for home, it's David's Creed with to the inside Hanks a Tank. Between horses, Mox Nix. 9 questions. Whiskey Trist led but has dropped back. Boutry Fitty, then Hora Certa. They come inside the final half furlong with Joe Ramos. It's David's Creed. David's Creed pulling clear near home. David's Creed gets the result by just over 2. Boutry Fitty was second. And then 9 questions third. And Mox Nix finished fourth. $144.64 after the Indiana bred turf opener. Firm 144.64, 9-1, then a show photo. Here's the slow-mo David's Creed. Just about a 2-length winner over Juan Boutry Fitty at 5-1. The first and second, 9 questions, Mox Nix. Mr. Korn followed in fifth, 1945. Hanks a Tank Ora Certa Whiskey Trist led but tailed off. 144.64. David's Queen, Joe Ramos. At the top of the card for Rob Dobbs Jr. at 5-1 to start the pick five. The judges have posted number 2, 9 questions third, 8 Mox Nix fourth, 9-1 to 8. The result of the first race official. Returning to the winner's circle, number 9, David's Queen, into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle. Winning jockey Joe Ramos now hitting the half-century mark. 50 wins here this season. Takes out the turf opener with David's Creed, a 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Jimmy Creed. And the Golden Striker by Knifefior. Rob Dobbs Jr. trains for breeder owner Scott Selden's Mildred Selden Revocable Trust. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of David's Creed. Was 5-1, takes out the turf. First results in. 9-1 exacta paid $102.80. 50-cent trifecta, 9-1-2, $185.50. With Mox Nix fourth. The 10-cent superfecta, 9-1-2-8, returned $718.75. All 9 ran. Turfer, 144.64. 20 minutes away from race 2. In the next, scratch 4, Rocadora, and 6, Two-Step Jake. Scratch the 4, number 6, from the race card. Race 2 of today's 10 under sunny skies, fast and firm. Exacta trifecta superfecta, double pick 3, start to the $1 early pick 4. Post time will be at 2:42 in all cases. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in just a moment, our first race replay of the State Bred Turf. Hope you had a bet on David's Creed. Running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 9 questions. Smartly away. Bouttree Fitty with the rail. Here's Whiskey Trist, and Hanks a Tank is also vying for the early lead. And on the outside, Mox Nix attends the pace as they make their way toward the first turn. Whiskey Trist vying for it with Hanks a Tank. Whiskey Trist is racing on the inside of Hanks a Tank out to the stretch while 3 clear. From Mox Nix in third with 6 furlongs to run. The next 3, 9 questions with Ora Certa between horses and David's Creed in the purple cap as these Indiana breds go to the back of the course where Whiskey Trist is just the overall leader. Mr. Korn Bouttree Fitty running second to last, and 1945 trails here in the Thursday opener. 23.53 lead seconds. It's Whiskey Trist with the rail for Evan Roman. Whiskey Trist leads by a half to 3/4 to Hanks at Tank staying close. Then on the outside is Mox Nix and 9 questions, both for Tony Granitz, their third and fourth, with inside a half mile to go. Ora Certa is near the rail there for Luan Machado running in fifth. David's Creed wide both turns in sixth. Lengthen after Mr. Corn in seventh. And then comes Boutry Fitty and 1945 remains last. Half mile, 48.64 seconds. Hanks at Tank now up to Whiskey Trist. Whiskey Trist and Hanks at Tank. They remain locked in battle coming toward the quarter pole. Mox Nix is right there close third. David's Creed is gearing up. David's Creed circling for Joe Ramos on the far outside. As they come for home, it's David's Creed with toward the inside Hanks at Tank. Between horses, Mox Nix. 9 questions. Whiskey Trist led but has dropped back. Boutry Fitty, then Ora Certa. They come inside the final half furlong with Joe Ramos. It's David's Creed. David's Creed pulling clear near home. David's Creed gets the result by just over 2. Boutry Fitty was second. And then 9 questions third. And running at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
back down here in the paddock on a beautiful Thursday at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The pick 4 up and coming, now just 10 minutes away in here from race number 2. Scratch numbers 4 and 6 out of this event leaves us with a field of 8 set to go to the gate, a mile and 70 yards the distance on a fast main track. And I happen to fancy and like quite a bit Dreaming Bro for Joe Davis and Cazares Racing Stables, as Joe Davis takes back over from Jose Cazares, but Cazares still owns, so not much has changed in there except for the sleeping pattern of Dreaming Bro. Fernando de la Cruz is going to be calling the shots, as he did on the maiden breaking score at maiden 15,000. Now, it took some other horses in here all the way down to maiden 5 late last year to get the maiden breaking score. It wasn't the case with Dreaming Bro. He won earlier this year at maiden 15, and the money was spot on. It came flying in late that day, in which he took all the late money, found a great spot, took over midway through the turn, and just continued finding. Now, since then, he's been running in some very tough races. He lost to Looking for Glory his first time against winners, but he did run very well. He finished third in an 8-horse field, and the last time out, he ran into the undefeated Mitch, who really never looked like a loser. So certainly faced some tough competition, gets a ton of class relief today, drops from allowance ranks to the claiming ranks in here, and we'll see if Dreaming Bro will appreciate being back in with his friends. But the money has come in hot and heavy on House of Gold for Aaron West and Sammy Bermudez. Admittedly did jump up and run a massive race last time out. It was the first time going around 2 turns for the 7-horse, and the 3-year-old gelding by Country House really appeared to relish going that route of ground and some extra distance. However, it was against maiden 15,000. It was against horses that have never won. Your second place finisher, Rocadora, I previously don't think very highly of and don't think a whole lot of. However, Rocadora did come back last week to absolutely dominate. Won going away and did so very easily. So maybe I didn't give that June 19th race the love that it deserved to get. House of Gold is a horse who maybe just wanted the extra ground. I mean, truly turned that maiden event on June 19th into a 1-horse race. Neither of them were, or any of the rest of the horses were of any consequences. So House of Gold could be an up-and-comer in here, still in for a tag of 15,000, right at the same level they broke their maiden at, and House of Gold is taking some action, and it looks to be legit as well. 6-1 morning line, currently 8-5 and favored, and projected to go off at 5-2. But right next door is the cool, calm, and collected 3-year-old by Take Charge Indy they like to call Innis Free Lad. Alberto Burgos and John Herron in here, they teamed up for a winner last time out on July 15th. Another one who takes on winners for the first time. He has 1 win from 6 starts and really was a race that the class relief just made all the difference. Had never been bet down heavily. In fact, only one other time had gone off below 20-1. Went off at 3-1 that day on class alone and certainly responded in kind. However, it was in the mud. It's yet to be seen if Innis Free Lad jumped up and ran a huge race as a horse who loved the slop, or if it was simply the class relief, but did show a new ability to go to the lead and could be a presence in this spot. 20-1 morning line, currently 5-1 on the board. Those red blinkers on for John Herron in here. We'll see if Alberto Burgos and Herron can team up for yet another victory. I think Dreaming Bro is going to go off heavily favored when it's all said and done, but it looks right now that House of Gold and Innis Free Lad are taking some action in here. Could we have a more wide open event than it looks on paper? It seems to be playing out that way, at least earlier on in the wagering. 6 minutes away from race number 2, kicking off the $1 minimum pick 4.
The horses stepping onto the track for the second race. This Cardiff, the main track over the 1 mile and 70 yards fast, a field of 8. Scratch 4, Roca Dora, and 6, Two-Step Jake. Scratch the 4 and the number 6. Fast main track. Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, please be advised. Races 3, 5, and 6 are on the turf course. Turf firm. Going forward, races 3, 5, and 6, there'll be no portable rail up. That portable rail was set at 48 feet for the first. Going forward, races 3, 5, and the 6th on the turf course, firm, for the 3rd, 5th, and 6th. There will be no portable rail up on the turf course. Races 3, 5, and 6 firm. Fast track here. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the $1 early pick 4. Once again, for those wagering on the early pick 4, main track fast, and again the turf course firm for races 3, 5, and 6. They'll be racing on the true rail position. Races 3, 5, and 6 firm. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of the starter. Sammy Bermudez with House of Gold. First up and in. Andres Alo with Chanakee. Chanakee joins House of Gold. Alberto Burgos in his free land loading. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with No Manches. Hannah Leahy up on Page Perfect. Now Dreaming Bro, leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz with 56 wins here this season. Two back, Santos Anjor with Musty Red at 1 mile and 70 yards. One more, Alex Ajard with Benny's Day. Fast track for the seconds of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Starter Ray Kuick has the trigger. All in. And they're off. Musty Red, House of Gold in the white cap, and toward the inside is Page Perfect as they make the way toward the first turn with Sammy Bermudez. House of Gold takes the top. Toward the inside is Page Perfect in the red silks with Musty Red in third. As they round the first turn on the outside, up into fourth position is Benny's Day as these leaders go to the back. Then between horses is Dreaming Bro with toward the inside Chanakee. No Manches running second to last and Innisfree Lad trails. The opening quarter, fast pace on 23.15 seconds. House of Gold engaged up the inside by Page Perfect for Hannah Leahy. Page Perfect and House of Gold. They're going head-to-head for the run just outside the half-mile pole, racing six clear from Benny's Day in third. With Dreaming Bro starting to gain, Musty Red and behind horses, Chanakee holds the rail. Following that quartet, No Manches, second to last still, and Innisfree Lad trails in eighth. Half-mile 46.33 seconds as they enter the far turn and the battle ensues between House of Gold and Page Perfect. 3 furlongs away with Dreaming Bro. Third every chance to gain for Fernando de la Cruz. Dreaming Bro looking to cut down these leaders. It's Page Perfect narrowly on the edge of the quarter pole. Then farther back to Benny's Day with on the outside No Manches, who's closing into this pace as Dreaming Bro has forged ahead into the stretch after three quarters. In 1 minute 11.55 seconds, Dreaming Bro staring at one more furlong. Page Perfect tries to rally on. No Manches looking to sustain a bid from third. Benny's Day, House of Gold vibe, but has dropped back. And then Musty Red, but well inside the final 16th with Fernando de la Cruz. Dreaming Bro finished them off. Dreaming Bro bounce home by 5 from No Manches. Page Perfect was third. Benny's Day back in fourth. $143.33. 9-2-3-10, the unofficial run order after race 2. First number 9, Dreaming Bro at 3-5. 2 No Manches at 5-1 was the runner-up. 3 Page Perfect at 21-1 odds third. 10 Benny's Day at 9-1 getting into the frame, leading jockey this season. Fernando de la Cruz rings up his 57th. Here for Joe Davis, Casares Racing Stables at 3-5, Dreaming Bro home. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, number 9, Dreaming Bro, with the meet's leading jockey, a 57th for Fernando de la Cruz. Dreaming Bro is a 4-year-old dark mare brown gelding by Always Dreaming at a Coira by Carpe Diem. Joe Davis trains for Casares Racing Stables LLC of Rene Casares. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Dreaming Bro. Was the 3-5 favorite. Race 2 official now. 9-2 exacta paid $13 even. 50-cent trifecta, 9-2-3, $42.25. 9 and 9, the opening double. Combining David's Creed with Dreaming Bro, the pair of 9s, $31.20. Benny's Day 4th, 10-cent superfecta, 9-2-3-10, netted $42.83. 4 and 6 were non-runners. Favorite first, 8 ran. Race 2, 143.33 seconds fast. In the third, maiden juvenile fillies turf. Scratch the 3, Need More Cowbell. 9, Tiki Hut. Take out 11, Filet Doro. 13, Spastic Bid. Scratch 14, Combustible Mass. And the 15, River Waveney. Scratch the 3, 9, 11, 13, 14, 15, and 16, Maxfield's Dream. 3, 9, 11, 13 through the number 16, all have been scratched. 2, She's Very Demure, the jockey Santo Sanjor. Rides 2, She's Very Demure. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, pick 3. Start to the $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3. If you're just joining, turf course rated firm. And this, the 5th and 6th, will be run on the inner turf course, true rail position, for races 3, 5, and 6 firm. Post time in 20 minutes at 1/4 past. And they're off. Musty Red, House of Gold in the white cap, and toward the inside is Page Perfect as they make the way toward the first turn with Samuel Bermudez. House of Gold takes the top. Toward the inside is Page Perfect in the red silks with Musty Red in third. As they round the first turn, on the outside, up into 4th position is Benny's Day as these leaders go to the back. Then between horses is Dreaming Bro with toward the inside Chanakee, No Manches running second to last, and Innisfree Lad trails. The opening quarter, fast pace on 23.15 seconds. House of Gold engaged up the inside by Page Perfect for Hannah Leahy. Page Perfect and House of Gold. They're going head-to-head for the run just outside the half-mile pole, racing 6 clear from Benny's Day in third. With Dreaming Bro starting to gain, Musty Red and behind horses, Chanakee holds the rail. Following that quartet, No Manches Second to last still, and Innisfree Lad trails in eighth. Half mile 46.33 seconds as they enter the far turn and the battle ensues between House of Gold and Page Perfect. 3 furlongs away with Dreaming Bro. Third, every chance to gain for Fernando de la Cruz. Dreaming Bro looking to cut down these leaders. It's Page Perfect narrowly on the edge of the quarter pole. Then farther back to Benny's Day with on the outside, No Manches, who's closing into this pace as Dreaming Bro has forged ahead into the stretch after 3/4. In 1 minute 11.55 seconds, Dreaming Bro staring at one more furlong. Page Perfect tries to rally on. No Manches looking to sustain a bid from third. Benny's Day, House of Gold Vibe, but has dropped back, and then Musty Red, but well inside the final 16th with Fernando de la Cruz. Dreaming Bro finished them off. Dreaming Bro bounced home by 5 from No Manches. Page Perfect was third. Benny's Day back in fourth.
10 minutes away from the upcoming third race. Do note, though, that our first race was run on a turf course with a rail setting at 48 feet. That has since changed. The portable rail is now down and will be at 0 feet for that turf course. So kicking off the $1 horseshoe hat trick at 0 feet. So make note of that. Scratch 3, 9, 11, 13, 14, 15, and 16, 7.5 furlongs. 2-year-old fillies all looking for their first career victory in here. And I'm going to give one more chance to the $160,000 daughter of Vacoma. She's very demure. For Fleury Racing Stable, Santo Sanger going to be aboard this 2-year-old filly by Vacoma out of Table Manners. Debuted on Indiana Derby Day and took a ton of action. Didn't go off favored, but went off at 2-1. Broke super slow with her tail flared. She just seemed incredibly uncomfortable. She did take a ton of action. She drew a high number at the Keeneland sale last year off a $35,000 stud fee. Brought home almost 5 times that amount at $160,000, despite a mare who's only produced one winner from 27 starters thus far. However, I'm going to follow the tote board last time and maybe get a little better price this time. Did take action at 2-1 in a 6-horse field. Not getting as much love today, 6-1 on the board. Trying the turf for connections that certainly do not need a map to our winner's circle. However, disappointed on debut. Now Manny Esquivel riding elsewhere. Santo Sanger picks up the mount in here. We'll see if this 2-year-old filly can run as good as she showed before her debut. 7-1, still a little chilly on the board. We'll see how it plays out for the good-looking girl in this spot. But a first-time starter with upside is Justifiable Steel. Post position number 4, Sammy Bermudez and Aaron West, jockey-trainer combination that needs no introduction. These guys win races at a very high percentage. They've got a Pennsylvania bred in here. Now, while she's very demure, drew much higher than the stud fee at the sale in 2024. It was the opposite for this good-looking chestnut. In fact, a $250,000 stud fee for Justify, but only drew $50,000 at the sale. The mare Northern Beauty, she wasn't much, and this is her first foal, so she could be any sort. There's not a whole lot to go off of on breeding. I know the expectations were not met being by Justify, but this 2-year-old chestnut has turned out very nicely today. She's got a nice leg action, and she's shown herself in the morning, and she kind of showed her hand a handful of times. June 4th, and only her 3rd workout, she put a bullet best of 35, and then came back on June 27th, breezing from the gate, 46-4. Best of 55. We don't see those kind of numbers here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, let alone coming from an unraced 2-year-old filly very often. I love that 5-furlong workout July 22nd. She should be ready for her best effort today. We'll see if it's good enough at 5-1 off that 8-1 morning line. But the long shot I fancy most is Jim Corrigan's Temple Goddess for Souped Up Stables. Jane Elliott going to be calling the shots in here. And when you see a horse, a 2-year-old filly by Temple City, you immediately think turf, but then it gets even better on the bottom side. Should absolutely move up on the turf. The mare, she was all turf. She banked over $115,000 on the turf. She's produced some very nice turf runners, and it isn't overlooked that Jim Corrigan always wanted to be on the turf. In fact, tried to debut going 5 furlongs on the turf. Ran into it a little bit in the off-turf event, sloppy race. Only beat 1 horse home, but did close some ground in the lane. Got a good learning experience. The second time out is a good number for Jim Corrigan. He wins at 20% with an ROI of $4.30. He's very good with first-time turf, 22%, and 2-year-olds as well, 18%. The numbers are excellent across the board. The breeding is there as well. We'll see if Jane Elliott and Jim Corrigan can team up for a long shot winner in here at 18-1. I'm all about some first-time starters in here with a couple of horses with experience. Lightly raced 2-year-old fillies in this spot. Kicks off that $1 horseshoe hat trick. We've got big fields on that turf course. The portable rail may be down, but the value's still there. 15% takeout in that $1 horseshoe hat trick, and you can't win it if you're not in it. So dive in now. Good luck.
Maiden 2-year-old fillies called postward now for the third race. This race will be run on the turf course at 7.5 furlongs. Course firm. This the 5th and 6th. The true rail position. No portable rail in use for this the 5th and 6th firm. A field of 9. Scratch 3. Need more cowbell. Take out 9 Tiki Hut. 11 Philidoro. Scratch 13 Spastic Bid. 14 Combustible Mass. 15 River Waveney. And take out 16 Maxfield's Dream. Scratch the 3, 9, 11, 13 through the number 16. All have been scratched. Number 2, She's Very Demure. Sando Sanjor rides the 2, She's Very Demure. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Double pick 3. Starts at the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf pick 3. Again, course firm. True rail position. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Crossing over to the inner parts of the turf course here. Course firm, true rail position. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Nick Juarez with the first time starter, Betsy. The daughter of Constitution went in okay, Betsy. Adam Eskitza, Jinxie making her bow has joined Betsy. A couple of the newcomers in. With Alex Achard, here's the gray filly, JR Miss Starlet. Sando Sanjor with She's Very Demure. Jane Elliott partners Temple Goddess went in well. Now She's Very Demure. Sammy Bermudez, Justifiable Steal. Another newcomer here over the 7.5 furlongs. Justifiable Steal loaded. Dreaming Collect. Joe Ramos won the turf opener for his 50th win of the meet. Dreaming Collect in. Juan Machado with first time starter Peyton Abbey. One more. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Aurora Spirit. Mackenzie filly making her bow at 7.5 furlongs. Dreaming Collect 8-5 favorite. Course firm again, this the 5th and 6th. No portable rail in use. They're in the gate. And they're off. Dreaming Collect going out toward the lead along with Justifiable Steal, showing early debut pace to vie for the lead as they make the way toward the first turn. JR Miss Starlet is up into third. She's Very Demure in fourth. Temple Goddess is fifth, and the green cap out to the stretch. Then comes Betsy making her bow, racing 3 clear from Peyton Abbey. Jinxie running second to last, and the first-time starter, Aurora Spirit, has drifted back to last as they go to the back of this firm course. It's Justifiable Steal. With the rail for Sammy Bermudez. Justifiable Steal just leads Dreaming Collect, who's right there close up for Joe Ramos, making this run toward the half-mile pole a neck apart. They're being followed by the gray. JR Miss Starlet, who just aged. She's Very Demure with the rail. They're a joint third. Temple Goddess and Betsy, they're even for fifth. Then it's a break of 6 more to Peyton Abbey running in 7th. Up 1 spot, Aurora Spirit, and Jinxie has dropped back to last. Half mile in 47.36 seconds. Justifiable Steal, Dreaming Collect, right there on the outside. And these two coming toward the quarter pole on even terms while racing 3 clear from She's Very Demure, who straightens away in third. Betsy now tips off the rail to a clear path on the far outside. Temple Goddess. These maiden 2-year-old fillies coming down toward the last. It's Dreaming Collect, who spurts away from Justifiable Steal. She's Very Demure is running on between fillies. On the outside, Betsy, Temple Goddess, and further back to Peyton Abbey. They're near home. Dreaming Collect wins by 2. Betsy was second. She's Very Demure just third. From Temple Goddess, Peyton Abbey, Justifiable Steal was next, and we trail back to the other fillies. 129.65 for that maiden juvenile fillies turf. 129.65 true rail position. 5-1 photo for third. Here's the slow-mo. 5 Dreaming Collect to Joe Ramos. With a pair of turf wins on the day. Another here for Joe Davis, sweeping a double for Casares Racing Stables. They sweep a double on the card. Dreaming Collect at 6-5. The maiden juvenile fillies turf over Betsy. Photo for third. Hold all tickets until official. The judges have posted number 2. She's very demure third. 7 Temple Goddess fourth. 5-1, 2-7. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 5, Dreaming Collect. A turf double on the day for Joe Ramos. Wins 50 and 51 of the meet. Dreaming Collect is a 2-year-old bay filly by Collected. And a treat by Summerfront. A double on the card for Joe Davis and Casares Racing Stables LLC of Rene Casares, sweeping a Dreaming Collect double. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Dreaming Collect out to the maiden juvenile fillies ranks. Race 3 official. The 5-1 exacta paid $24.20. First pick 3 of the day, 2 parts Joe Ramos, $21.60. The 50-cent trifecta, $32.15. 9-5, the Joe Davis Casares Racing Stables double, $12.20. 10-cent superfecta paid $86.55. Temple Goddess ran fourth. In the maiden juvenile fillies turf, the 3-9, 11, 13 through the 16 were all non-runners. Favorite first, 9 ran. Course firm, true rail position, 129.65. 20 minutes away, race 4. And the next maiden, scratch the 6, Shell Shocked. 6 Shell Shocked has been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. The 50-cent late pick 5 comes your way at 348, fast and firm. And they're off. Dreaming Collect going out toward the lead along with Justifiable Steal, showing early debut pace to vie for the lead as they make the way toward the first turn. JR Miss Starlet is up into third. She's very demure in fourth. Temple Goddess is fifth, and the green cap out to the stretch. Then comes Betsy making her bow, racing three clear from Peyton Abbey. Jinxie running second to last, and the first-time starter, Aurora Spirit, has drifted back to last as they go to the back of this firm course. It's Justifiable Steal. With the rail for Semi Bermudez, Justifiable Steal just leads Dreaming Collect, who's right there close up for Joe Ramos, making this run toward the half-mile pole a neck apart. They're being followed by the gray. JR Miss Starlet, who just saged, she's very demure with the rail. They're a joint third. Temple Goddess and Betsy, they're even for fifth. Then it's a break of six more to Peyton Abbey running in seventh. Up one spot, Aurora Spirit, and Jinxie has dropped back to last. Half mile in 47.36 seconds. Justifiable Steal, Dreaming Collect, right there on the outside. And these two coming toward the quarter pole on even terms while racing three clear from She's Very Demure, who straightens away in third. Betsy now tips off the rail to a clear path on the far outside. Temple Goddess. These maiden 2-year-old fillies coming down toward the last. It's Dreaming Collect, who spurts away from Justifiable Steal. She's Very Demure is running on between fillies. On the outside, Betsy, Temple Goddess, and further back to Peyton Abbey. They're near home. Dreaming Collect wins by 2. Betsy was second. She's Very Demure just third from Temple Goddess. Peyton Abbey.
Back here for your paddock preview. It's about the midway point of the card. We're about 35% of the way through this 10-race card with a couple of back-end stakes races for the quarter horse variety. And here's still plenty of action. We kick off the late fire 5. Now just a handful of minutes away. Scratch number 6, Shell Shocked, out of this event. 1 mile and 70 yards on a fast main track in here. And there's going to be 2 horses, at least in my opinion, that are going to be keyed by many players, and it looks like the early wagering would suggest just that as well. Dreaming Girl is the top selection for me. Currently co-favored right now at 2-1. Joe Davis has been red hot. He's already got a training double for Cazares Racing Stables. This one's owned by Miguel Cazares. Alex Achard is going to be aboard for Joe Davis. 0 for 9 for this 3-year-old filly. She does have 3 second-place finishes, and this will be the second time in her career that she's stretched out to 2 turns. She did try it actually at 2 years old, going 1 mile, in which she stayed on evenly, was kind of one-paced throughout later on in the season last year, November 13th, where she finished 4th in a 6-horse field, but was only beaten by 3 lengths. I like her because of her last race. She broke sharp. She put herself in a competitive spot in which she sat just off the leaders on the rail, and then briefly had a steady mid-turn and kind of lost all momentum. And for lightly raced 3-year-old filly, when you lose all momentum, these are not race cars. You cannot just hit the brake and then tap the gas. It doesn't work like that. But with her, she rallied nicely. Even though she lost all momentum, she had to be steadied. She re-rallied nicely, and frankly, she should have won at 6-1. She deserved a much better fate than she got that day on July 15th. Now she's going to stretch out. A rider change as well. Yarmarie is off. Alex Achard aboard the distance. She's unproven. However, she did handle it just fine at 2, so I would expect her to handle it today as well. Currently, your co-favorite right now at 2-1 for Dreaming Girl. But they're going to have to deal with Get Even Kid, a 3-year-old filly by Pataki Kid, who's been hot at stud recently. 0 for 10 with 4 second and third place finishes is this gray-looking girl for Heron Thoroughbreds, who owns and trains. Alberto Burgos is going to be calling the shots in here. And I thought really wasted a dreamy spot. They had a perfect spot last time out, and she just refused to settle. She was ranked, she was headstrong, she was pulling early on in that race, and she was bet down to favoritism. She did come under a drive. Fernando de la Cruz had to ask her to stay in the bit midway through the turn. Now, she did stay on evenly. I know she was losing ground to the winner that day in the lane, but she stayed on fairly well. Wasn't necessarily tiring, was losing ground on the leader, but did stay on evenly. She was favored last time out. She could potentially be favored again in this spot. She's projected to go off at 9-5 in here, but if she can really relax and steady her hand and her head with Alberto Burgos aboard, I think it's going to help her immensely. Everyone's tried it. Yarmarie's tried it. Evan Roman's tried his hand at it. Fernando de la Cruz, 1 stop last time out. Now Alberto Burgos is going to try and keep this 3-year-old gray filly, who I think might be a little bit tough to ride, keep her focused, and I think it'll help her with that final 1/8 of a mile. She is drawn to the outside, which should help with that. 5-2 on the board. But let's take a look at this late fire 5. We're 7 minutes away from race number 4. Those are the 2 horses that I'm really going to key in on. I think the 4 and the 9 are 2 horses that you absolutely need to use, and they're very hard to separate. If you're looking to get a bundle of cash and a boatload, try and beat the 4 and 9. Maybe with a horse like the 7 on your screen for Thomas Medina and Joe Ramos. Ramos already a winner on the day. Tommy Medina having himself a very nice meet. Getting Lasix for the first time. Stretches out. And this is a horse who hasn't shown much, but Thomas Medina getting Lasix for the first time could be a good sign on the stretch out with a high percentage rider teaming up with a high percentage trainer. I've got this late fire 5 keyed in on both the 4 and the 9. It is a difficult sequence to find a single. Some people would suggest that you shouldn't use both the 4 and the 9. I am going to do just that. We've got some tough turf races still. Plenty of turf action coming here at Horseshoe Indianapolis in race 5 and 6. I think those are great betting races. They are excellent races to spread. You've got maiden special weights, a ton of first-time starters mixing in that Itoba pick 4, which begins in race number 5. Race number 6, we're going to go a mile on that turf course in a wide-open, excellent betting opportunity. And I'm going to single a horse that isn't going to be singled by many. A lot of people are going to key in on Coaster at 5-2, a horse who went off at 2-5 last time out and really never got into it, along with a Neho decision. What about Ever Evolving? This horse ran lights out on Indiana Derby Day. Previously had been a morning glory, but truly put it all together last time out at 5.5-1 on Indiana Derby Day. They kicked it off that great day here at Horseshoe Indy, broke alertly, went to the lead, never looked back, and she's always trained well. She's gotten bet often, but she just had never truly putting it together, and it was her first race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and she kicked butt. In fact, before that race, she was outworking the likes of Kamichi Cat, who's a stakes winner, went 58 workout and was absolutely under wraps, wasn't even being asked at all. If Ever Loving is putting things together mentally, as she's shown the talent in the morning, she's going to be a 6-1 single and a win wager for yours truly. We've got opportunities galore in this late fire 5, couple of turf races mixed in with some very, very difficult sprints as well. Wide open betting events, features good opportunity with that low takeout, 11.99% takeout each and every day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and you cannot win it if you are not in it. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track now for the fourth race. This maiden on the fast main track at 1 mile and 70 yards, a field of 8. Number 6, Shell Shocked, has been scratched. Scratch the 6. Shell Shocked from the race card. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 and start to the 50 cent late pick 5 now. Fast and firm. Once again, the 5th and 6th on the turf. True rail position. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate, It is now post time. Loading for the maiden. Luis Contreras with cover art. The first filling in. Evan Roman with jogger. Now Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Tempest Jill in the beige. Dreamy Kitten coming up. Joe Ramos already with a couple of wins on the card. Jose Gutierrez with Kitten Song. Fernando de la Cruz with Abra Abra. Dreaming Girl, Alex Achard. Joe Davis just swept a double on the day. Now Abra Abra. Fernando de la Cruz on the Thursday score sheet. And one more. Alberto Burgos with 10 times started. Get Even Kid at 1 mile and 70 yards. They're in the gate. They're off. Kitten Song broke well. Tempest Jill has early speed. Here comes Get Even Kid, who's up and after the front. Right there is Dreaming Girl with Abra Abra, then Dreamy Kitten, Jogger, and as they enter the first turn, Cover Art has dropped back to last. As they round the first turn, it's Tempest Jill, and on the outside, Kitten Song, and these two vying for the lead at the 6.5. Length and a half to Get Even Kid, who tracks them from third. A similar margin to on the outside, Dreaming Girl. She needs to settle for Alex Achard, and Abra Abra comes with a move up the rail. Then Dreamy Kid and Cover Art up one spot, then Jogger trails the maiden, the quarter 23.95 seconds. Making this backstretch run, 3 across the track. Get Even Kid racing outside of Tempest Jill, and right there is Kitten Song. It's Kitten Song and Tempest Jill. They kick on from Get Even Kid, who continues to now just lie off them in third. Going past the half-mile pole, Abra Abra in the orange sleeves. Then on the outside is Dreaming Girl running in fifth, Cover Art in the navy, Jogger, and while wide, Dreamy Kitten has dropped back to eighth. Half mile in 48.91 seconds around the far turn. It's Tempest Jill. Tempest Jill vied early with Kitten Song. And on the outside, Get Even Kid. Once again, back up to these leaders. Well group coming toward the quarter pole. And on the outside is Dreaming Girl, who's in the four-path. And she's looking to pick up these leaders as they come for home. Cover Art, Abra Abra, Jogger, and finally Dreamy Kitten. 3/4, 1 minute, 14.46 seconds. Well into the stretch, Tempest Jill with the rail. On the outside, Get Even Kid. Farther out into the track is Dreaming Girl between horses Abra Abra and Kitten Song also trying to kick on late. It is Get Even Kid. On the outside, Dreaming Girl. Dreaming Girl for Alex Achard. Dreaming Girl and Get Even Kid. Photo finish. Abra Abra was third. Tempest Jill fourth. Get Even Kid with Alberto Burgos, Alex Achard, and Dreaming Girl outside that filly. Noses apart in the photo. .144.72. The final time, final margin of nose. Who will it be? Photo. Standing by for the verdict from the judges after the maiden. 144.72. Stand by for the result to come in. .49824. Dreaming Girl at 8-5, nosedived on the line. 9 Get Even Kid at 4-5, just missed. Very little in that margin. 8 Abra Abra, 13 to 1/3, and 2 Tempest Jill. 5 to 1 gets into the frame. Alex Achard on the Thursday score sheet. Joe Davis wins 3 in a row. Dreaming Bro, Dreaming Collect, Dreaming Girl out to the maiden ranks. In the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle of 4, Dreaming Girl with Alex Ashard. Dreaming Girl is a 3-year-old dark bear brown filly by Skylord. The Coira by Carpe Diem. She seizes the day. Joe Davis training triple. Here for Miguel Casares. Dreaming Girl at 8-5 gets off the mark in her 10th career start for a Joe Davis hat trick of wins. Race 4 official. The 4-9 exacta took a win photograph, $7.20. 50-cent trifecta, $8 even. The 50-cent Joe Davis pick 3, a Dreaming Day, $7.80. 5-4 double, combining Dreaming Collect with Dreaming Girl, $14.60. 10-cent superfecta, Tempest Jill 4th, $4.73. In the maiden, 6 was a non-runner. Favorite, second, 8 ran, 144.72. 20 minutes away, race 5. In the 5th, maiden distaff turf sprint over the 5 furlongs. Course firm, true rail position. Here scratch the also eligibles 11 Emoji, the 12 Deer Scarlet, 13 Point Set Match, 14 Morana, and 15 Sunny Ray. Scratch the also eligibles 7 Tectonic, ridden by Danny Sheehy. Danny Sheehy will partner the 7 Tectonic. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, pick 3, starts at the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. This also starts the cross-country pick 5, combining the 5th and 6th here with races 7, 8, and 9 from Saratoga. Start of a cross-country pick 5, that wager. Post time 4:19. They're in the gate. Therwolf. Kitten Song broke well. Tempest Jill has early speed. Here comes Get Even Kid, who's up and after the front. Right there is Dreaming Girl with Abra Abra, then Dreamy Kitten, Jogger, and as they enter the first turn, Cover Art has dropped back to last. As they round the first turn, it's Tempest Jill, and on the outside, Kitten Song. And these two vying for the lead at the 6.5. Length and a half to Get Even Kid, who tracks them from third. A similar margin to on the outside, Dreaming Girl. She needs to settle for Alex Ashard, and Abra Abra comes with a move up the rail. Then Dreamy Kid and Cover Art up one spot, then Jogger trails the maiden, the quarter 23.95 seconds. Making this backstretch run, 3 across the track. Get Even Kid racing outside of Tempest Jill, and right there is Kitten Song. It's Kitten Song and Tempest Jill. They kick on from Get Even Kid, who continues to now just lie off them in third. Going past the half-mile pole, Abra Abra in the orange sleeves. Then on the outside is Dreaming Girl running in 5th, Cover Art in the navy, Jogger, and while wide, Dreamy Kitten has dropped back to 8th. Half mile in 48.91 seconds around the far turn. It's Tempest Jill. Tempest Jill vied early with Kitten Song. And on the outside, Get Even Kid. Once again, back up to these leaders. Well Group coming toward the quarter pole. And on the outside is Dreaming Girl, who's in the 4-path. And she's looking to pick up these leaders as they come for home. Cover Art, Abra Abra, Jogger, and finally Dreamy Kitten. 3/4 1 minute 14.46 seconds. Well into the stretch. Tempest Jill with the rail. On the outside, Get Even Kid. Farther out into the track is Dreaming Girl between horses Abra Abra and Kitten Song also trying to kick on late. It is Get Even Kid. On the outside, Dreaming Girl. Dreaming Girl for Alex Ashard. Dreaming Girl and Get Even Kid. Photo finish. Abra Abra was third. Tempest Jill 4th. Get Even Kid with Alberto Burgos out. They're in the gate.
what a race that was in race number 4, right down to the wire. The 9 physically in front, the 4 getting the bob, a miracle bob at that. Your second choice kicks off the late fire 5. Speaking of kickoffs, we'll kick off the Itoba pick 4 in here. And if you're missing Miss Rachel, I am as well. Have no fears. She will be here throughout the remainder of the card, and then Martha will take you through those stakes races as well. So if you're craving some Rachel, she is on the way. Have no worries. She will take you through races 6, 7, and 8. We're on the turf course yet again for the next daily double, both turf races, and I think some wide open betting events in here, maybe some of the best betting races of the day. 5 furlongs on the turf. I'm going to go to the inside runner. Shortest way around is from the 1 hole. Showed some decent speed last time out, but Small Hollow was a well-backed winner that day, and they all kind of were running for second, unfortunately. But Ms. Candy got a great debut. I mean, this was a solid debut for a first-time starter. Hiller Rich Racing and LTB Inc., they're not guys that really rush their horses into bad spots. They get better with age. They've had some very, very nice runners in their name and put together some very nice performances and a portfolio for horses that they've owned. And it should be noted that this horse always wanted to be on the turf, was set to debut on the turf, got rained off, found a fast main track, and I can see why they want to be on the turf. You've got Candy right on the top, Ms. and Miss on the bottom. Well, who's Ms. and Miss? She tried the turf 4 times, turf sprinting. She won 3 out of 4. She was incredibly quick. She had 2 victories on the turf at Churchill and a win here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on the turf. So I'm hopeful that this 3-year-old filly is as quick and loves the sod like Ms. and Miss did. We'll see if Ms. Candy can make Ms. and Miss proud. And I'll be proud at 7-1 as well, down from that 10-1 morning line. But going to be tough to beat a horse like Magical Day in the classic silks of the Godolphin Blue, the homebred in here. This 3-year-old filly by Distorted Humor hasn't panned out how they expected. That's not to say she isn't certainly capable of winning this race. She's faced very tough foes at Churchill Downs, Keeneland, Ellis Park. Now getting a ton of class relief, is exiting some very salty races over there with some stakes quality horses, including one of them being Me and Molly McGee, who has since gone on to be a winner at Saratoga as well. So a lot of class relief in play. I'm just not confident that Magical Day really wants to win. She hasn't had that many excuses. She breaks alertly, she goes to the lead, and she just kind of evenly runs and finishes out her races. Now, maybe the class relief will make her look like a world beater in here, and she'll find that ability to just be the best horse. But Magical Day is a beatable favorite. Certainly can win, however, 5-2, a little bit chilly on the board off that 9-5 morning line at this point, because the first-time starter, Keely Jones, a 3-year-old filly by Blue Point, gets Fernando de la Cruz in the saddle, Mr. Brad Cox training, and he's been winning here at Horseshoe Indianapolis at a very high rate. In fact, 35%, 19% with first-time starters. I think Keely Jones' workouts are very nice. I like what I've seen. I was able to watch a lot of the workouts. However, they were this winter at Turfway Park. What do you think of that? Had been training consistently in January and February at Turfway Park. There was about a month gap in April where something must have gone amiss. Took a month off. 21 workouts for debut. That, for me, is a little bit high. I'm a little bit cautious. If it takes 21 times before you make it to the starting gate, obviously a great training group like Brad Cox wanted to correct something, and after 21 tries, they're finally going to debut with Lasix today. The workouts I was able to witness were visually good. The breeding is there. The connections do love to win races. I just wasn't sure of what to make of a horse with 21 workouts prior to debuting, and now you're going to get even money. Make what you want of that. Keely Jones may make me look like a fool 5 minutes from now, but after all those works, I'm going to take the wait-and-see approach. We'll see if the experience and breeding of Ms. Candy can yield some big results in here. Got some tough favorites in both the 4 and the 6, but there are a little bit of question marks that need to be answered. We'll find out if they can answer all the questions as we kick off the Itoba Pick 4, 5 minutes away from turf racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
The horses coming onto the track now for the fifth race. Maiden Fillies Turf Sprint over the 5 furlongs, a field of 10. Scratch the also eligibles, 11 MOG, 12 Dear Scarlet, 13 Point Set Match. Take out the 14 Marana and 15 Sunny Ray. Scratch the also eligibles, 11 through the number 15. All have been withdrawn. 7 Tectonic, a jockey change to Danny Sheehy. Danny Sheehy partners the 7 Tectonic. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double Pick 3. Start to the $1 late pick 4 here, presented by Itoba. Start to the cross country pick 5. Course firm, true round position. Drawing closer to post time. Late scratch. Late scratch on the 8, Brianna Sky. Ladies and gentlemen, by order of the stewards, upon recommendation of the track veterinarian. Number 8, Brianna Sky, has been scratched. Won't debut today. All wagers on 8, Brianna Sky refunds. There will be a consolation, 4-8 double. 4 and 8 for a consolation double. Those using 8, Brianna Sky, in a multi-race wager. You'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute, in any of those multi-race wagers. 4 and 8 for a consolation double. Number 8, Brianna Sky, has been scratched. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Crossing over to the inner parts of the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Arriving at the 5 furlong start, it is now post time. After a late scratch on the 8 Brianna Sky, 8's a non-runner, they're going in. Santo Sanjor with Ms. Candy. Luis Contreras partners, No Self-Control. The daughter of Flame Away, No Self-Control, has joined Ms. Candy. Evan Roman, Heart of Stone coming up. First time starter, Keely Jones for Fernando de la Cruz, the meat leader, has a win on the day. Keely Jones went in okay. Mitchell Merrill with Echo Road. Danny Sheehy, Tectonic is in. Echo Road joins. Now Christian Torres with Magical Day, 4-5 favorite. Magical Day coming up in the royal blue. Lady Pippa, Joe Ramos. A couple of turf wins on the card. One more, Lady of Light. Jose Gutierrez claims a 7-pound apprentice allowance, has 15 career wins. Course firm, all in line. The Robin sprinting, Heart of Stone was slow to go, got squeezed back. No Self-Control, dashes away from Lady of Light. Then toward the inside is Magical Day in the Godolphin blue. There's the first time starter. Keely Jones in the yellow cap was vying for third. Lady Pippa joins that battle as Lady of Light went to the front past the half mile. Then further back to Echo Road, racing in front of wide Tectonic. Ms. Candy with the rail. After breaking a beat slow, Heart of Stone has drifted back to ninth. Around the far turn, it's Lady of Light. The leader here for Jose Gutierrez. The first 2 of 5 furlongs whiz past 21.32 coming past the quarter pole. It's Lady of Light who leads by 2 to Keely Jones, who's coming with a bid. No Self-Control and Magical Day. Then further back to Ms. Candy, 1 furlong away for Lady of Light. Keely Jones now alongside. Keely Jones just took the lead past the 16th from Lady of Light. On the outside is Magical Day and No Self-Control in between fillies. With Fernando de la Cruz, that's Keely Jones with a first out success. Keely Jones by a length and a half to Magical Day. No Self-Control was third, then Echo Road on the wire with Lady of Light and Ms. Candy. 55.89 after the maiden fillies turf dash. 55.89. 6-4-5, then a photo. 6, Keely Jones. 2-1 first for Magical Day. 4-5 second, 5, No Self-Control third. Here's the slow-mo. Fernando de la Cruz for Brad Cox. No Self-Control was third. Echo Road, Lady of Light, and Ms. Candy followed. 6-4-5, stand by for the fourth. Hoffman Family Racing newcomer, RT Stables. The Blue Point filly, Keely Jones. First up debut, 10 Lady of Light was fourth. 6-4, 5-10. The result of the fifth race official. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle the 6, Keely Jones. Riding double for Fernando de la Cruz. Keely Jones, 3-year-old Bay filly by Blue Point out of Albarash by Oasis Dream. Brad Cox trains for Hoffman Family Racing LLC and RT Stables. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Keely Jones. Dashes to victory. And the maiden fillies turf sprint, clock 55.89. Results in 6-4 exacta, paid $11 even. 50-cent trifecta, return $14.05. The $1 early pick 4, $74.50. 4-6 double, paid $24.20. 4-8 a consolation double, returned an even $5. That was that late scratch on 8, Brianna Sky. The 8 was a non-runner. 10-cent superfecta, $22.85. Lady of Light ran fourth. 50-cent pick 3, $20.90. 50-cent early pick 5 pays out on 5 of 5 for $262.30. In the maiden fillies turf sprint, the 8, 11 through the 15 were the non-runners. Favorite first. 8 faced the starter. 55.89 firm. 21 minutes away from race 6 in the turf mile. Scratch 2 Ocean Victory. 12 Fear and Loathing and 13 Feathers Road. Scratch the 2, 12, and the number 13. Exacta trifecta superfecta, 10-cent grand high 5 pentafecta wagering on the turf mile. Double pick 3. Post time 4:52. Heart of Stone was slow to go, got squeezed back. No self-control, dashes away from Lady of Light, then toward the inside is Magical Day in the Godolphin blue. There's the first-time starter. Keely Jones in the yellow cap was vying for third. Lady Pippa joins that battle as Lady of Light went to the front past the half mile. Then further back to Echo Road, racing in front of Wide Tectonic. Ms. Candy with the rail. After breaking a beat slow, Harder Stone has drifted back to ninth. Around the far turn, it's Lady of Light. The leader here for Jose Gutierrez. The first 2 of 5 furlongs whiz past. 21.32 coming past the quarter pole. It's Lady of Light who leads by 2 to Keely Jones, who's coming with a bid. No Self-Control and Magical Day. Then further back to Ms. Candy, 1 furlong away for Lady of Light. Keely Jones now alongside. Keely Jones just took the lead past the 16th from Lady of Light. On the outside is Magical Day and No Self-Control in between fillies. With Fernando de la Cruz, that's Keely Jones with a first out success. Keely Jones by a length and a half to Magical Day. No Self-Control was third, then Echo Road on the wire with Lady all in line.
Hello and welcome to this week's Nathan Horse Racing History Minute. Records are supposed to be broken, but what if they simply don't? When we think of unbeatable records, we think of Secretariat and his run in the Belmont Stakes, but there are 3 records that have lasted even longer. Dr. Fager, while carrying 134 pounds and his jockey being motionless, breezed 1 mile in 1 minute 32.2 seconds on August 24, 1968. The greatest gelding to ever live, Kelso, dominated the 2-mile Jockey Club Gold Cup for 5 years, and each year also claimed Horse of the Year. His record time for 2 miles on dirt was 3 minutes 19.2 seconds, set on Halloween 1964. The closest we've seen to matching this record was ironically Prove Out in the 1973 Jockey Club Gold Cup. This was a start after he had beaten Secretariat in the Woodward Stakes, the last horse to beat Big Red. But the oldest dirt record belongs to Swaps, a horse who once had 5 world records under his belt. Most have been broken except for one. His mile and 5/8 record that he set in the Sunset Handicap on July 25th, 1956. Next year, that unbroken record turned 70 years old, and no one has come close. All 3 of these horses stand in our Hall of Fame and rightfully are considered some of the best racehorses we've ever seen grace American soil. That concludes this week's Nathan History Minute.
We're rocking out down here under the awning, ladies and gentlemen. 10 minutes to race 6 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Strap in your bootstraps, guys. I'm with you for the rest of the races. We got the 2, 12 and 13 are out of here. Just want to make sure that I got everything still updated. And in this 6th race, we have a 3-year-old and up claiming for 20. These are 3-year-olds, obviously. And then it's a non-3 or 3-year-old, mile on the grass. And we did move. I want to make sure to remind you guys our turf races to 0. The rail was just moved to 0. I'm going to go with the 7 here. I like the 7, 10, 3. Right now, the 3 is the favorite. I'm going to go with Go Bali Go here on top. And this is a Jonathan Nance trainee. Go Bali Go is a 6-year-old gelding. He knows his way around a racetrack. 31 lifetime starts. 7 of them have been on Indiana turf. He has a win in 2/3 as well, including his last out. So I did kind of a deep dive here on speed figures, and he has such a nice, consistent speed figure. Now the 6 put up an 81 on Pauly, 77 from the 3 at a mile and a 16th. We're going a mile here, but the reason why I like the 7 is last year in August, he was pretty consistent here, an allowance 1-mile race on August 20th. Put up an 81, Manny aboard. Now look at all these claiming for 30s at Turfway on the Pauly. 82, couple of 78s. They weren't great races, but still the speed. I think this is where he wants to be. I think he likes Indiana turf. He likes the mile distance. Last time he was only beaten by a length and a half. The 2nd place finisher, I think it was Gertzweimer, came back to win. So just a really nice horse. I like the speed. I think he prefers the Indiana turf. He's got Santo Sanger aboard here. And this is a claiming for 20. He was in an optional claiming for 20 last time. So kind of a similar group here. And I think that he's got a good shot. I think it's just the speed angle for me. His running style is kind of off the pace, which is okay routing on the turf. It's not really a huge front-running bias right now. Tisrick Wicked Strong is who I'm going to go with next. Just off the current form, to be honest with you. The 10 right now is 7-1 on the tote board. And look at these last 2 races. They kind of skipped June. They had a 3rd place finish at the end of May. And they started in July 12th again on a mile and a 16th. The mile race was a 3rd place finish. The mile and 16th, which is the most interesting, he's hiding from me right now, was in it claiming for 20. And this is another guy who likes to come from off the pace as well. So who has more of a kick? We'll find out. But both of those races, a 75, on the dirt, he's put up an 81 and 83. So he's a little bit faster speed figures he's put up before on the dirt. But I do like this recent turf form here. And coming off of a win, he's going down to a mile. He even had like a little bit of an awkward start, and he was kind of in the 5. He got a wide trip the time before that. So I like that he's towards the outside. There's only 1 horse to his outside, and that's the 11. Then I'm going to go to the 3, which is the favorite. And I already touched on this a little bit, but 4 Top, good band, by the way, the 4 Tops, one of my dad's favorites. Ramos, let's talk here about Ramos, who has had a double. Joe Davis with a triple, so mark his name down. But Ramos with a double on the card. This one's had some time off, 47 days. Pretty good percentages, especially in the money-wise for Mike Macher, 41% when he takes sources off this kind of freshening. He's dropping in class from a $50,000 claimer where he put up a 77% speed figure, and he's going down to 20, so I get the appeal on the big class drop. This horse, however, the 3, has never ran on Indiana turf, has never only recently was at Aqueduct was that big race, a mile and a 5th place finish at Gulfstream Park. But if you do go back to where he was kind of in $25,000 races at Gulfstream on the grass, he did okay. So he fits in on the class drop. I get it. I just think the 7 loves it here, and I put Go Bali Go on top for the upset. with Santos Sanger in the irons right now at 5-1. 7-10-3 for me. This is the start of the Itoba late $1 pick four. Get in your tickets early, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, we do have a couple really nice quarter horse stakes later. Good luck.
The horses call postward now for the 6th race. Here in the Turf Mile, a field of 10. Scratch 2, Ocean Victory. 12, Fear and Loathing. And 13, Feathers Road. Scratch the 2, 12, and the number 13 from the race card. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. There is the 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta wagering here on the Turf Mile. Double pick 3. 3 minutes to post time. Course firm. 3 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Air Horse 1 drone view here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Crossing over to the inner parts of the turf course here for the turf mile. Firm true rail position. Arriving at the gate. It's now post time. They're going in. Joella Barnos with Out of the Clouds. First into the starting gate here. Joe Ramos foretop coming up. Santo Sanjor, Go Bali Go. Now Alberto Burgos with Lear. Right on, right on. Fernando de la Cruz with a couple of wins on the card. Trainer Joe Davis already has a hat trick of wins. Right on installed. Danilo Gonzalez, Rave with Orby 1, black in the green hoops. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Tiz Wicked Strong going in, a couple back for the mile. Rodney Prescott with Memphis Pharaoh. One more. Sammy Bermudez with Heavy Hitter. As the black house silks on from off the rack. 26-1 on Heavy Hitter. Even money for top favorite over the mile. They're in the gate. They're off. Good start for right on with the red cap. Nearest the inside is four top. Memphis Pharaoh is up with these leaders. And here's a keen Heavy Hitter as they make the way toward the first turn with Rodney Prescott. Memphis Farrell leans out. 3/4 length to Heavy Hitter. Toward the inside is Four Top. Bend on the outside, Orby 1. The leading quartet as they turn. With Go Belly Go running in 5th. Toward the inside is Right On in 6th as these leaders go to the back of the course. Then on the outside, More Than 5 looking to make headway. Tis Wicked Strong settled back. The Trillers are out to the clouds and Lear is last. Quarter 24.71 seconds. Inside 5 furlongs to run. Aiming for Memphis Farrell. So Memphis Farrell bowling along out in front, being tracked by Heavy Hitter. To the inside is Four Top, a ground saving 3rd. 3/4 length to Orby 1 in 4th. More Than 5 is out deep on the course running in 5th. Go Belly Go is saving ground inside a half mile to run. Still aiming for Memphis Farrell, the target for the rest. Then comes farther back to Tis Wicked Strong with Right On. Lear up 1 spot and Out of the Clouds has been relegated to 10th. Half mile, 49.12 seconds. Memphis Farrell still leads the turf mile. It's Memphis Farrell now on the edge of the quarter pole. Heavy Hitter and Four Top is right there, 3rd every chance. Then in behind horses, Tis Wicked Strong. Sweeping on the outside, Orby 1. It's Memphis Farrell. After 3/4 and 1 minute 12.80 seconds, Memphis Farrell leads. 1 more furlong away. Four Top continues to chip away at the lead. Here's Four Top alongside Memphis Farrell now. It's Four Top for Joe Ramos. Four Top takes a short lead. Four Top wins. Half length over Memphis Farrell. Tis Wicked Strong was 3rd, then Heavy Hitter, Go Belly Go, More Than 5, and Lear, they were next. .135.78 after the turf mile. 135.78. Stand by for the full order from the judges. Slow moment after the turf mile. 3, 6, 10, 11, 7, 3. Four Top at 6 to 5 was first. 6 Memphis Farrell led them a long way. At 3 to 1 was the runner-up to Four Top. Favorite takes it out. Tis Wicked Strong. Heavy Hitter had the black silkskin cap. Go Belly Go, More Than 5 was next. In a 135.78. 3 for Joe Ramos. Here from Mike Maker. Paradise Forms Corp win. It's Four Top at 6 to 5. The result of the 6th race official. 3, 6, 10, 11 official after race 6. Number 7, Go Belly Go was 5th for the Pentafecta. Stand by for the full results and pains after the turf mile. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 3. 4 Top, as Joe Ramos wins 3 of the 4 on the turf today. 4 Top is a 4-year-old dark bay brown colt by Desmarchais. Out of the Medaglia d'Oro mare, Suka, Mike Miker trains for Paradise Farms Corp. The winner was bred in Kentucky by Timbertown Stable LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the connections of the Turf Mile winner, 4 Top. 3-6 exact at $21.80. The 50-cent pick 3, $16.15. 50-cent trifecta, 3-6-10, $15.75. 6-3 double, $25. 10-cent superfecta, $37.91. Heavy hitter ran 4th. Go Bally Go was 5th. The 10-cent pentafecta, 3-6, 10, 11, 7. 10-cent grand high 5 pays out for $189.10. In the turf mile, the 2, 12, and 13 were the non-runners. Favorite, first. 10 face starter Ray Kuick, 135.78 after the running of race 6. On to the 7th of 10 we go. Mid in sprint. Scratch the 7 Misty Moonsong and 9 Forever Tapper. Scratch the 7 and the number 9. 5 Bootlegger Justice. The jockey will be Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Rides a first-time starter. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. on number 5, Bootlegger Justice. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent Grand High 5, double pick 3. Post time, 5:23. They're off. Good start for right on with the red cap. Nearest the inside is 4 Top. Memphis Pharaoh is up with these leaders, and here's a keen heavy hitter as they make the way toward the first turn with Rodney Prescott. Memphis Pharaoh leads out, 3/4 length to heavy hitter. Toward the inside is 4 Top, and on the outside, Orby 1, the leading quartet as they turn. With Go Bally Go running in 5th. Toward the inside is right on in 6th as these leaders go to the back of the course. Then on the outside, more than 5 looking to make headway. Tis Wicked Strong settled back. The Trillers are out to the clouds, and Lear is last. Quarter 24.71 seconds. Inside 5 furlongs to run, aiming for Memphis Pharaoh. So Memphis Pharaoh bowling along out in front, being tracked by heavy hitter. To the inside is 4 Top, a ground saving 3rd, 3/4 length to Orby 1 in 4th. More than 5 is out deep on the course, running in 5th. Go Bally Go is saving ground inside a half mile to run, still aiming for Memphis Pharaoh, the target for the rest. Then comes farther back to Tis Wicked Strong with right on. Lear up 1 spot and out of the clouds has been relegated to 10th. Half mile, 49.12 seconds. Memphis Pharaoh still leads the turf mile. It's Memphis Pharaoh now on the edge of the quarter pole. Heavy hitter and 4 Top is right there, 3rd every chance. Then in behind horses, Tis Wicked Strong. Sweeping on the outside, Orby 1. It's Memphis Pharaoh. After 3/4 and 1 minute 12.80 seconds, Memphis Pharaoh leads. 1 more furlong away. 4 Top continues to chip away at the lead. Here's 4 Top alongside Memphis Pharaoh now. It's 4 Top for Joe Ramos. 4 Top takes a short lead. 4 Top wins. Half length over Memphis Pharaoh. Tis Wicked Strong was 3rd, then heavy hitter Go.
10 minutes to race 7 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we have a maiden race. This one is a maiden claiming for 15, and it's for Indiana sires. 5.5 furlongs is the distance on the dirt as the tractors go by and grate that dirt. It looks really good today. Wonderful weather, beautiful day. And we have a couple scratches in here and a jockey change. The 7 and the 9 are out. Marcelino Pedroza aboard the 5. Bootlegger Justice. I always tell people when I'm on FanDuel, they ask things to look for specific to Indiana, and Justice breds are one of those things that I always tell them. Greg Justice produces a lot of very nice Indiana breds here. I didn't put this one on top, but I do have the 5 in my selections. On top, I do have Gatling Girl. This is a Gorham trainee, and his sister Marion owns this 3-year-old filly by Spite Song. Congrats, Dam. You know, she's raced 4 times and only been second was the best that she could do. She ran in April, maiden special weight. Nothing. Ran May 13th. Nada. Then she made a move in the June 12th effort in today's class, maiden claiming for 15, sprinting 6 furlongs. We're going down to 5.5. She was second in that race. Now she was kind of between horses at the quarter pole. She got steadied at the 3/16th. She's got the rail today. She has never drawn the rail. She was actually on the outside, and when she ran well in that second place finish, she was in the 3-hole. Yeah, that's what I thought. Now we're on the true inside on the rail. And she probably is going to tuck in. She's got a little bit of early speed, but she looks good. I like Gatling Girl with Louis Contreras aboard here, 5-1. The 2 is the heavy favorite, but I'm going to go with the 4 next in my exacta spot at 11-1. Queen's Desire. Santo Sanger is aboard here for Israel Garcia, who has owns and trains this 4-year-old filly by Unbridled Spring. Awesome again, Dam. Tried the turf last time out and tried to set the pace by a head, and then ended up failing 7th by 6 lengths, but is usually involved in the race. The closest, though, she's been was back May 13th at today's class. She was second coming from off the pace. But in that race, she got bumped really hard, and she still finished well. Then the other time she was in this class level, main claim 15, she also got bumped on the inside. She's returning to dirt. She's dropping back down to main claim 15, where she has shown that she, fits in. Also, Israel Garcia is 20% when he goes from turf to dirt. So she's switching it all up. She's going back to maiden claiming 15. She's going from turf to dirt. She's going from route to sprint. Usually when you mix all that together, good things happen. And then I threw in that first-time starter, and I already pretty much told you guys why. You got to look at the Justice bred horses, and especially in maiden races, but anywhere in Indiana. 6-1 here, Bootlegger Justice. This is a 3-year-old filly by Harry's Holiday. Devaris owns and trains this filly. Love to see it. Marcelino is up. I like that. She worked from the gate on August 1st as well. She had a couple of bullet drills this spring, May 15th and June 22nd. I just think some of the other ones, the 4, she's had a lot of chances to break the maiden. There's also a first-time starter from Joe Davis, who already has 3 wins, and from Tracy and Darlene Green. The others have a few races under their belt. But out of this 8-horse field, I just thought that Bootlegger Justice with the work pattern, and I like that Devaris owns and trains this one as well. Look good. 1-4-5 for me. I'm going to go with the rail, though. Gatling Girl here on top in the 7th race. We are just 6 minutes to post. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for race 7. Maiden sprint here at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 8. Scratch the 7, Misty Moonsong, and 9, Forever Tapper. 7 and 9, both have been scratched. Number 5, Bootlegger Justice debuts with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. On 5, Bootlegger Justice, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent Pentafecta wager. Double, pick 3, closer to post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Luis Contreras with Gatling Girl. First installed the 8-5 favorite Gatling Girl, facing up to the gate. Marcelino Pedroso Jr., bootlegger Justice making her bow, joined by Gatling Girl. Fernando de la Cruz with Nancy's Kitten. Sammy Bermudez, one more question going in. Susie's Guy, Alex Achard has the win on the card. Would be a fourth for the Joe Davis stable. Tap It Charm, Joe Ramos also has a hat trick of turf wins on the card. Here's Tap It Charm. Sando Sanjor, Queen's Desire coming up. Tap It Charm's gone all in, ready for Queen's Desire. One more. Jose Gutierrez with Lunar Sky. She's one of the 4 first-time starters at 5.5 furlongs. Gatling Girl 8-5 favorite, all in. And they're off. Nancy's Kitten was slow to go. Fast start for the first-time starter, Lunar Sky. One more question is also vying for the early lead. Toward the inside is Gatling Girl right there. Bootlegger Justice has come out running in fourth as they make this dash past the half-mile pole. Tap It Charm of the white cap improving her position. Queen's Desire with the rail. Then it's a break of 4 more to slow-starting Nancy's Kitten and Susie's Guy trails. They round the far turn. It's Lunar Sky. One more question. And right there toward the inside, Gatling Girl. Quarter 22.65 seconds. They're coming to the top of the stretch. With on the outside, Bootlegger Justice 4 wide. Queen's Desire looks to gain as Gatling Girl comes through. Has taken the lead as these maiden fillies turn for home. Then farther back to Nancy's Kitten along with Tap It Charm and finally Susie's Guy. It's Gatling Girl. 1 furlong to go with Luis Contreras. Gatling Girl, the favorite, led and has widened on Queen's Desire by 6. Past the 16th, Bootlegger Justice is running on with a late move. Gatling Girl not for the catching. Gatling Girl was second to none, won by 6 from Bootlegger Justice, who dived to the finish for second with Queen's Desire close. Nancy's Kitten finished 4th, and one more question was next. One minute 4.89 seconds after the maiden filly sprint. 104.89. One Gatling Girl, 3-2 favorite first. Luis Contreras for Bob Gorham. The judges have called for a place photo. Hold all tickets until official. Result of the photograph, finishing second was number 5, Bootlegger Justice at 3-1. Favorite takes out the maiden filly sprint 1-5. The 4, Queen's Desire, 4-1 third in her 17th career start. The 2, Nancy's Kitten, 4-1 fourth. And the 6, One More Question, getting into the Pentafecta, 1-5, 4-2-6. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle the 1, Gatling Girl, with Luis Contreras. Gatling Girl is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Spite Song. At a siege gun by Congrats. Bob Gorham trains for Marion Gorham. Winner was bred here in the Hoosier State by St. Simon Place LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Gatling Girl out to the maiden fillies ranks. Result official. Result confirmed by the judges. Gatling Girl takes out the maiden fillies dash, 104.89. One More Question was 5th. 10-cent Pentafecta paid $31.33. Pick 3, $15.15. 1-5 Exacta, $19.40. 50-cent Trifecta, $10.75. 3-1 double, $17.40. And the 10-cent Superfecta, $7 and change. Nancy's Kitten ran 4th. One More Question, 5th in the maiden filly sprint. The 7 and 9 were the non-runners. Favorite first, 8 ran. Race 8, filly sprint feature with no Pentafecta. 6 entered and 6 run, but there's no Pentafecta. Race 8 with Exacta Trifecta. Double starts our final pick 3 of the day. A couple of quarter horse stakes to close out the card. Fast track, post time will be at 5:53. Just to remind all Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, next live race card, it's tomorrow night. Hope you can join us for a big event. Silks and Roses here. Mark down tomorrow night on your calendar for Silks and Roses evening card kicking off at 6. We'll be giving away exclusive gifts such as a spa package, ladies golf clubs. There'll be designer purses for those on hand, wine baskets, and more. Hope you can join us here. Plus, stop by the I Win booth. Pick up a t-shirt for $10. All proceeds from Silks and Roses tomorrow evening going to the Indiana Women in Need. It will be a big night, big event. Silks and Roses. Friday night card kicks off at 6 p.m. Saturday's all quarter horse card at 10:45 a.m. And they're off. Nancy's Kitten was slow to go. Fast start for the first-time starter, Lunar Sky. One More Question is also vying for the early lead. Toward the inside is Gatling Girl right there. Bootlegger Justice has come out running in 4th as they make this dash past the half-mile pole. Tappet Charm of the White Cap improving her position. Queen's Desire with the rail. Then it's a break of 4 more to slow-starting Nancy's Kitten and Susie's Guy Trails. They round the far turn. It's Lunar Sky. One More Question. And right there toward the inside, Gatling Girl. Quarter 22.65 seconds. They're coming to the top of the stretch. With on the outside, Bootlegger Justice 4 wide. Queen's Desire looks to gain as Gatling Girl comes through. Has taken the lead as these maiden fillies turn for home. Then farther back to Nancy's Kitten along with Tappet Charm and finally Susie's Guy. It's Gatling Girl. 1 furlong to go with Luis Contreras. Gatling Girl, the favorite, led and has widened on Queen's Desire by 6. Past the 16th. Bootlegger Justice is running on with a late move. Gatling Girl not for the catching. Gatling Girl was second to none, won by 6 from Bootlegger Justice, who dived to the finish for second with Queen's Desire close. Nancy's Kitten finished fourth. And the
We are 10 minutes to the 8th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and what a day for Ramos. Ramos with a triple. Fernando has a double, and gave out the try in that last race. Let's keep it rolling, you guys. This is a filly mare 3-year-old and up allowance, and it's non 2 in here. Field of 6. I don't think there's any jockey changes. If there are, I didn't get them. The 4, Ever Loving. Marcelino Pedroza is aboard for Tom Amos. Earlier he had one that was out, but I love this 3-year-old filly. Breeding Violence is one of my favorite sires. He is the most visually impressive. It just does a horse girl's heart good to see that sire. But this 3-year-old filly, she's making her 9th lifetime start. She has been in some really tough races, though. Tom started her out at Churchill, and she had a nice third and $120,000 race, and then a second. They were kind of a best of the rest situation. The winner was pretty far ahead. I mean, 7.5 and 5.5, but still, those are tough races. Then he took her to Oaklawn. She ran at Fairgrounds, and the lowest she's been down was a maiden special weight for 55 at Fairgrounds. And then he brought her here on Indiana Derby Day, and I actually remember that because I was so excited that Tom had a horse in Indiana again, and she won. And I'm pretty sure I had him picked first or second that day. She drew off. She won by 3. This is first time with winners. It is a step up for her, but this is not only third off the layoff. She has the highest last race speed rating of 80, as you can see in that July 5th effort. Also, Tom's, when they're third off layoff, he's 24%. She's got showed a lot of early speed in that last race and in the Oaklawn race on March 9th. She also has 2 bullet works since that race. At Churchill on July 24th, 1 of 12, breezing 59. And then she also had one on July 31st, 5 furlongs, 59, breezing 1 of 15. So 1 of 12 and 1 of 15. Yeah, so Ever Loving, I just think looks really good. She looks good in the paddock, too. She's laid back, calm. It's bouncing back and forth between the 4 and the 6. 8 to 5 right now on the 6, but I'm going to go with the 5 in my exacta spot, and that is Coaster. I'm sorry, that's the 3. The 5, sorry, Aaron, not trying to confuse you. I like the 5, Carlisle Bay, in my exacta spot. Mitchell Merle is up for Greg Foley, and this one she has been in. This is kind of the allowance version of Tom's filly. This filly has been in really tough allowances. Let's just look since they got her. April 17th at Keeneland, ran a $120,000 allowance, 6 furlongs. Then she tried the turf. Nah, she did not like that at all. Then she caught the slop at Ellis. I thought that race, when I watched it back, I was like, man, she looks so good. She's a length off the lead, and then it just seemed like she got in the stretch, and they started coming around, and she was like, I don't like this. What are they doing? She's ran 7 times in her life. You know, the maiden breaking win, and then that third, that was on Polly. But she's back on dirt. She's coming here. This is a much easier group. It's a $46,000 allowance. So Carlisle Bay is who I'm going to put in next. And then the 6, who is the current set. Somebody just dropped some money on a Nejo Decision. A Nejo Decision right now is 7 to 5. I mean, it's not shocking. It's a Brad Cox trainee. You see Ricky there in the paddock, his assistant, Ricky Giannini. He won the 5th race as well in there, and the 5th race was Fernando. So Fernando with a double, looking for a triple to give Brad Cox a double on the card. You know, he's high percentage and everything, but I always like to look at the specific instances for this race, and in here, he's 30% third off the layoff, which is the case. A June 7th win, which was the maiden breaker here. First time at Indiana, it came off the turf. Then they decided to keep her on the dirt and put her in that allowance. It was an optional claimer here on June 24th for 75. She got beaten 1.5 lengths for second. She's a 3-year-old filly by Into Mischief. Distorted Humor Dam. She's well bred. She's only making her 4th lifetime start, and she was in a tough allowance. He puts her now in this one that I think is a little bit easier. as far as speed figures go, that win, she put up an 83, which is really nice. 85 on the 2, but that was back in December, which is comparable, and then an 80 on Ever Loving at 6 furlongs. Anejo decision. I got to go over there and ask Chili what Anejo means. 4, 5, 6 here for me in the 8th race. This is a 3-year-old of allowance. Get excited, you guys. We got a couple really nice quarter horse stakes coming up. The Airborne Leader Overnight is 9. And then for 10, we have the Horseshoe Indianapolis Classic, an $84,000 race. Good luck.
The fillies stepping onto the track now for the 8th race. This sprint over the 6 furlongs, a field of 6. No program changes, bar the wagering note. There's no pentafecta here. 6 run, but no 10-cent grand high 5. Scratch the penta. Exacta trifecta, double pick 3. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading Mario Gutierrez with Ms. Malice, the first filling in. Eric Asmussen with Pun Intended. Joins Ms. Malice. Evan Roman with Coaster and the Turquoise Silks. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Ever Loving coming up. Two back. Mitchell Morrow with Carlisle Bay. At 6 furlongs, so stand by one more. A Nejo decision. Fernando de la Cruz riding for a hat trick of wins on the card. They're in the gate. And they're off. A sharp start for a Nejo decision. There's Ever Loving in the red cap. Coaster with early interest toward the inside, Pun Intended, Carlisle Bay, and Ms. Malice has drifted back to last. Ever Loving is under the gun from Coaster. It's Ever Loving who just leans. Coaster right there toward the inside, pressing hard as they dash past the half-mile pole a half length apart while 3 clear. From the outside, a Nejo decision was this hot pace to close into at the 3.5. Pun Intended, Carlisle Bay, and Ms. Malice trails the Philly Sextet. The quarter blasted past in 21.69 seconds with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Ever Loving with his run-and-gun offense coming toward the quarter pole as a Nejo decision is coming with her run now. Pun Intended is right there in the orange cap. Carlisle Bay is coming wide, closing into these splits. Coaster Vibe has dropped back, and Ms. Malice taking closer order. They're homeward bound half mile, 44.55 seconds. A Nejo decision. Toward the inside is Pun Intended, who came through for Eric Asmussen, and Pun Intended leads past the 16th. A Nejo decision battling hard. Coaster tries to rally on toward the inside. Ms. Malice joins on the line. It's Pun Intended, and Pun Intended has won it. Second close and nose between Coaster and Ms. Malice. A Nejo decision back in fourth in 110.34. .34 after the Philly sprint. 110.34 to Pun Intended first. Here's the slow-mo. Second photo up to the judges. A Nejo decision was fourth. 110.34. Eric Asmussen for his Hall of Fame father. A Spendthrift Farm win with the Curlin filly. Pun Intended was 11-1. The judges have posted number 1, Ms. Malice, 13-1 second. Edge number 3, Coaster at 2-1 third. Game effort. 6 a Nejo decision at 8-5. The favorite was fourth. 110.34, 2-1-3-6. Pun Intended has beaten Ms. Malice, Coaster, and a Nejo decision. The winning groom leading into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle here, the 2, pun intended, with Eric Asmussen. Pun intended is a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Curlin. And a Kelly's Humor by Midnight Loot. The Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen trains for Spendthrift Farm LLC. The winner was bred in Kentucky by Spendthrift Farm. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Pun Intended. Wins the Phillies Sprint feature. It's official. The 2-1 exacta paid $195.80. 50-cent trifecta, $226.35. 1-2 double paid $67.40. The 10-cent superfecta, a Neho decision, ran fourth. Returned $353.07. There was no 10-cent Grand High Five featured. The $1 late pick 4 presented daily by Itoba. 404 returned $606.20. The 50-cent pick 3, $57.30. 50-cent late pick 5 on 5 of 5, $730.70. In the Philly Sprint, favorite, fourth. All 6 ran, 110.34. A couple of quarter horse stakes to close us out today. Boy, before Silks and Roses night here. Don't forget Friday racing from 6. Well, quarter horse card here on Saturday from 10:45 a.m. Race 9, the Airborne Leader Stakes over the 350 yards. Fast track, no wind. No scratches, no rider changes. 5 stone, cold concept plus a pound. Makes the weight there now 129 corrected. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. Start of a quarter horse stakes double. Post time 6:20. They're in the gate. And they're off. The sharp start for a Neho decision. There's Ever Loving in the red cap. Coaster with early interest toward the inside, pun intended. Carlisle Bay and Ms. Bellis has drifted back to last. Ever Loving is under the gun from Coaster. It's Ever Loving who just leans. Coaster right there toward the inside, pressing hard as they dash past the half-mile pole a half length apart while 3 clear. From the outside, a Neho decision was this hot pace to close into at the 3.5. Pun intended, Carlisle Bay, and Ms. Malice trails the Phillies sextet. The quarter blasted past in 21.69 seconds. With Marcelino Pedroza Jr., Ever Loving with his run-and-gun offense coming toward the quarter pole as a Neho decision is coming with her run now. Pun intended is right there in the orange cap. Carlisle Bay is coming wide, closing into these splits. Coaster Vibe has dropped back, and Ms. Malice taking closer order. They're homeward-bound half mile, 44.55 seconds. A Neho decision. Toward the inside is Pun Intended, who came through for Eric Asmussen, and Pun Intended leads past the 16th. A Neho decision battling hard. Coaster tries to rally on toward the inside. Ms. Mellis joins on the line. It's Pun Intended, and Pun Intended has won it. Second close, a nose between Coaster and Ms. Mellis. They're in the gate. And
Well, it's always a pleasure when we can close out the card with one quarter horse race, but today we've got two, and they're both stakes. A beautiful afternoon to salute some historic horses so far in the history of Horseshoe Indy, and we're going to begin with the second running of the 35,000 Airborne Leader Overnight Stakes. A couple years ago, Horseshoe Indy began naming these stakes to sort of pay tribute to some classic individuals and horses who have really paved the way for the history of in the Hoosier State. And Airborne Leader was just that. He was bred and owned by Randy Thompson. He ran 3 straight editions in the Born Runner Classic, which was named for his Hall of Fame daddy, and we celebrate that as well. And then when he retired in 2016, Airborne Leader had won 12 races and earned over $470,000. So definitely a notable horse to pay tribute to, and we'll do this with a very good field in today's 9th race. I cannot ignore number 6. I'm a big fan of number 6, Not Your Secret, who has won 6 of 12 lifetime starts for breeder, owner, and trainer Ricardo Martinez. Already earned over close to $220,000. The son of Habit's Secret exits a victory in the Born Runner Classic, which we held here on May 31st. So this will be a nice, another edition of a good stakes effort for this horse. We'll go next to the inside, and that's Streaking Down the Beach, current leading conditioner Tim Eggleston, who won last year's edition of this race with Dash Tracks, has a solid contender in Streaking Down the Beach. Also sired by Habit's Secret, he's dueled with Not Your Secret twice this year, besting him in an allowance sprint here on May 7th. So now we're going to see these two gritty horses duke it out. One more time, Edgar Diaz has the mount for Eggleston, 2 wins, 2 seconds under his control. So this horse really responds to Edgar. Should be a good race. All right, let's go next to trainer Tony Cunningham, who, as John G. Dooley said in his wire-to-wire preview, is on fire. And John, you're right. Tony's come into the month of August with a good litany of wins and just some really horses that are running really well. Cisco Beach, is a very capable son of Escondido Beach. He's also won 6 races in his career out of 27 starts and earned $171,000 so far for his owner, Buddy Presley. And I'm going to round out my top 4 with Sherry Miller's homebred, and that's number 7, DuPont Beach. Second highest earning in the field, finishing in the money 12 times in 17 starts. So we just have so many consistent horses in this overnight stakes. Trainer Claudio Barazza, 46% in the money, and he'll give a leg up to Edgar Diaz, who's really riding well this season. He was last year's leading rider, 52% in the money already. So my top selections will be 6, 1, 2, 7. You're going to enjoy a fantastic race, a great finish, and then I'll be back to preview our second stakes of the card, and that's going to be the $84,680 Horseshoe Indianapolis Classic.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 9th race. The first of our quarter horse stakes on the card, the Airborne Leader. Here over the 350 yards, no scratches, no rider changes, 5 Stone Cold Concept a pound over. Here's the field on parade for the Airborne Leader Stakes. One is streaking down the beach. Eduardo Luna Diaz rides for Tim Eggleston, trains for Buddy Presley. Number 2, Cisco Beach. Danny Martinez riding for Tony Cunningham and owner Pamela Brinkley Hahn and Craig Zenneberg, the ownership. 3 is Tin Knucker. The jockey Isidro Banuelos, trained by Ricardo Martinez for Gerardo Corral. Number 4, Rock Hard Love. The jockey Giovanni Flores Minos, riding for Tony Cunningham, owned by Jorge Oval Sanchez. Number 5, Stone Cold Concept. Rolanda Pena up for Tim Eggleston and breeder owner Sue Belden. Here's the 6, Not Your Secret with Martin Muniz on board the Son of Habit Secret for breeder owner Ricardo Martinez trains. 7 is DuPont Beach. Edgar Diaz riding for Claudio Barrazza, Sherry Miller's homebred. And the 8 is El Fulano with Fernando Moen. Felix Barraza trains, owns CTS Stables LLC, the field of 8 for the Airborne Leader. Over the 350 yards, fast track, exacta trifecta superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta starts a quarter horse stakes double. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Airborne Leader Stakes. Cisco Beach uses a flipping halter. El Fulano to that outside gate. El Fulano has joined Cisco Beach with Eduardo Luna Diaz. Rock Hard Love has the yellow silks on with a black cap for Rock Hard Love, 2 back. Martin Munoz with Not Your Secret. Loads 4 to 5 favorite Not Your Secret and one more. Edgar Diaz with DuPont Beach over the 350 yards, fast track. First of our 2 quarter horse stakes. Here's DuPont Beach. They're in the game. They're off in the Airborne Leader Stakes toward the inside, streaking down the beach, tears away, chasing Cisco Beach. 10 knocker with Not Your Secret. On the outside is DuPont Beach and Del Fulano. Well inside the final 220 yards. It is streaking down the beach, Cisco Beach. Here's Not Your Secret, streaking down the beach. Streaking down the beach has won it from Cisco Beach, and Not Your Secret photo. DuPont Beach finished 4th. Number 1, streaking down the beach. 5-2 first, takes out the Airborne Leader Stakes. Here's the slow-mo, 5-2, streaking down the beach. Second is close, Cisco Beach with Not Your Secret. DuPont Beach was 4th, 10 knocker. Rock Hard Love, El Fulano. Stone Cold Concept after the 350. Streaking down the beach. Eduardo Luna Diaz for Tim Eggleston. Buddy Presley's 5-year-old streaking down the beach at 5-2. Second place, a dead heat. Judges can't split them. For second, dead heat between 2, Cisco Beach, and 6, Not Your Secret, dead heat for place. The 7, DuPont Beach was 4th, and 3, 10 knocker 5th. With the dead heat for place, there'll be a couple of winning exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and pentafecta pays after the Airborne Leader Stakes. Dead heat for second between 2, Cisco Beach, and 6, Not Your Secret. 17.550 seconds, fast, no wind. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 1 streaking down the beach with Eduardo Luna Diaz. Streaking down the beach is a 5-year-old gelding, Great Gelding by Habit Secret, and a beach runner by Escondido Beach. The now 7-time winners trained by Tim Eggleston for Buddy Presley. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Streaking Down the Beach. It's official. Multiple pays after the Airborne Leader Stakes winners presentation coming up again. There was a dead heat for second. between the 2 and the 6. Multiple pays. 17.550 seconds. Along with Horseshoe Indianapolis Director of Racing and Racing Secretary Chris Polson and Assistant Racing Secretary Chris Kamak, winner's presentation after the Airborne Leader Stakes. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Streaking Down the Beach, winning owner Buddy Presley, winning trainer Tim Eggleston, and winning jockey Eduardo Luna Diaz. Streaking Down the Beach and the Airborne Leader in 17.550 seconds. 10th race to close out the card with the Horseshoe Indianapolis Classic over the 400 yards. Scratch 3 Candy Girl, 10 Paradise Beach, and 13 Mercy I'm Hot, and take out 14 CC Relfast. 11 Jessa Riot draws in, will break from post position number 10. The 12 Authenticity draws in, breaks from post position number 3. Scratch the 3, 10, 13, and the 14. 7 Terrafina, the jockey Francisco Quintero rides 7 Terrafina. Exact the trifecta superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. Post time for the Horseshoe Indianapolis Classic in 17 minutes at 6:48 to close out the card.
Nice little couple of quarter horse stakes, and we're starting out with the Airborne Leader. You just stay right here. Randy Thompson, do you know anything about Airborne Leader?
Yeah, a little bit.
Did you train him?
I raised him.
You raised
I
him,
born
too.
ra- he was born and raised. I trained him as a 2-year-old, and then I was tired of staying at the track and being away from home, so I put the training on Tom Mosley.
Nice.
And Tom trained him for his 3, 4, 5, and 6-year-olds.
He was such a beast.
He was the coolest horse I've ever been around.
Don't you start it. Oh my gosh, he's going to get me. Tim, thank you. Congratulations. Thank you so much for being here. Airborne Leader Stakes goes to Streaking Down the Beach, and I just said, man, he is tough. First or second is really what he's going to do. He's always there. He's always in the thick of it. But I was just talking to somebody else over there. I just thought that 350 was where he wanted to be. I know it's not a huge difference with quarter horse, but I mean, it just seems like he runs really well at that distance.
He's just going to stick his head in the gate and run every time, and he makes my job easy. If I had a barn full of him to train, I mean, it makes me look good, I think, some days.
Well, he definitely looked good doing it today in a great ride by Edgar Diaz. And I got a little scared to give him the mic, but what do you think of the performance today? He did such a great job.
Very good. They've won 2 now out of the 1 hole, right back to back.
Yep.
That's tough to do.
It is.
That's tough to do here, that's for sure. He's a good horse.
Well, congratulations, you guys, on the game. We got another one coming up, so stick around.
Thank you.
They're off in the Airborne Leader Stakes toward the inside, Streaking Down the Beach, tears away, chasing Cisco Beach. 10 Knocker with Not Your Secret. On the outside is DuPont Beach and Del Fulano. Well inside the final 220 yards, it is Streaking Down the Beach, Cisco Beach. Here's Not Your Secret, Streaking Down the Beach. Streaking Down the Beach has won it from Cisco. They're off in the
Well, just one more race to go on our Thursday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and it's another stakes with an excellent field. It is the running of the $84,000 Horseshoe Indianapolis Classic. Very rich history in this race, as it actually was inaugurated in 2003, but run for several years at the distance of 350 yards. Several years later, I think it was 2015, it began its running as a 400-yard stakes. It's for fillies and mares, and we have assembled a classy group of the ladies for this stakes, 400-yard stakes. All right, even though she's not facing the boys today, my top choice, number 5, Tatcha's Secret, has beaten the boys on many occasions. Very, very gritty, beautifully bred mare that's owned by Duke Racing and bred and trained by Ricardo Martinez. She's 5 years old now. She's sired by Habit's Secret, multiple stakes winner, and she's closing in on the $400,000 earnings mark. How incredible is that? Her regular pilot, Fernando Morin, has the call. She's just gritty. I like to say, I've seen her run, and I like to see that when anybody gets close, she pins those ears back and says, no, not today. So we'll see if she does that again this afternoon. One of my favorites. All right, now we've got 2 entrants from trainer Claudio Barazza, who is no stranger to winning stakes here at Horseshoe Indy. And I like them both. I'm going to go with number 8, and that's It's a Ruidoso Wedding, who ran second to Tatcha's Secret in the Bradford Stakes. That's one of our stakes this one was run on July 2nd, so it's fairly recent. This is a Utah-bred mare by champion Apolitical Jess. She's going to be ridden by James Flores, who we don't see that much anymore, but in the early days of Horseshoe Indy, he rode quite a few stakes winners. I remember interviewing him. One of my first interviews at Horseshoe Indy was with him when he won on Tommy the Train. I love that horse. Anyway, James is a good rider. And then Barazza, Claudio will give his other rider, Edgar Diaz, the mount aboard my other horse that I like from his barn, and that's number 11, Jess a Riot. And this horse draws in from the also eligible list, as we do have several scratches in this race. I'm not sure if I mentioned them, but 3, 7, 10, 13, and 14. But Jess a Riot does draw in and will break from post position 10. This is a 4-year-old mare by Jess Zuman, impressive gate-to-wire winner. A few weeks ago, hit a $19,500 allowance that was on July 16th. For the Claudio Barazza barn. Interesting, Claudio's going to utilize the flipping halter on Jess a Riot, but I'm not quite sure why, because in that last race, beautiful start, beautiful break, and beautiful closing kick, so really didn't need any issues. But who am I to ask any questions of Claudio? I have always respected his acumen with his horses, and all of our trainers have to figure out the little quirks that kind of their horses have and how they can make them better. So we've got some great conditioners who have stocked a really good finale for us today. All right, I'll finish up my top 4 with number 6, and that's Tatcha's Secret. She's earned her share of checks also for Ricardo Martinez. Why she doesn't have the stakes credentials that my top choice does. She merits consideration. 17, I think she's finished in the money in 9 of her 17 starts, which is admirable. And last year, she has stakes place. She was second in the Sturley Bertram last year. So 5, 8, 11, 6 in our finale. But because we got a couple other horses that really could kind of tune up the exotics, I'll recommend number 9, Astronaut, 20 to 1, if you're looking for one more horse for our 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta. All right, well, that's it for this afternoon. Hey, join us tomorrow, early start. Well, not early, 6 p.m. start. We don't normally race on Fridays, but Silks and Roses is going to be a very special evening. And get this, the first race of Silks and Roses card will be a quarter horse race. So I'm super excited to be back in my pink for tomorrow. Then Saturday, oh my gosh, can you imagine? 13 races for our 4th all quarter horse day. Trials for the Stallion Service Auction, Derby, and Futurity. And we'll get rolling at 10:45 a.m. All right, have a great night, everybody.
fillies mares Cole Postford for the 10th race, closing out the day with the Horseshoe Indianapolis Classic over the 400 yards. Scratch 3 Candy Girl, 10 Paradise Beach. Take out the 13 Mercy, I'm Hot, and the 14 CC Relfast. 11 Jessa Riot draws in, breaks from post 10. 12 Authenticity draws in, breaks from post position. Number 3, 7 Terrafina. Francisco Quintero rides the 7 Terrafina. Here they are, parading for the Horseshoe Indianapolis Classic. One is AP Miss Lunas Tide. Isidro Benabuenos riding for Oscar Preciado. 2 is Elegant Train, partnered again with Brian Hollingsworth, owned and trained by James Bratton. 3 scratched. Number 4, She's Famous Lollipop. Roman Cruz riding for owner-trainer Hector J. Sanchez. Number 5, Tacha's Secret. 10-time winner, ridden again by Fernando Morin. Here in the Horseshoe Indianapolis Classic for Ricardo Martinez and Duke Racing LLC. Following Tacha's Secret, Sin Tacha's Secret. The 6 here with Martin Muniz riding for Ricardo Martinez. Number 7 is Terrafina. Francisco Quintero riding for Tony Cunningham, owned by M&G Farms Incorporated. Number 8, it's a Riodoso wedding. James Flores here to ride for Claudio Barraza and Dona Francisco Javier Rodriguez. Number 9, Astronaut. Eduardo Luna Diaz riding for Stakes Double, teaming with Tim Eggleston. Up here for owner Stephen S. Brown. Scratch the 10. Drawing in 11, Jessa Riot breaks from post 10, Edgar Diaz. Riding the Riot for Claudio Barraza, breeder owner Ted J. Harpold. 12, Authenticity draws in. Breaks from post 3 here in the stakes for Tony Cunningham and owner William F. Collins. 13 and 14, a couple more non-runners. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta. Nearing a start for the Horseshoe Indianapolis Classic. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Horseshoe Indianapolis Classic. Jessa Riot uses the flipping halter. Jessa Riot up to that outside gate. AP Miss Luna's Tide has the rail draw. Elegant train. Now Sintach's Secret. Terrafina going in. Drawing in was Authenticity, breaks from post 3. Like Terrafina, both here for Tony Cunningham. Our final stakes of the day. Again, Jessa Riot was first in, uses a flipping halter. Famous Lollipop. James Flores with It's a Riadosa Wedding. Just a couple in the back. Nando Morin with Taja's Secret. Ten-time winner, Taja's Secret. So stand by, one more. Eduardo Luna Diaz going for stakes double with Tim Eggleston. Up comes Astronaut. 400 yards, Saturday post time, 6 p.m. for Silks and Roses. Here comes the finale. Fast track, no win, they're in the game. Off in the Horseshoe Indianapolis Classic, Tacha's Secret, Sintach's Secret. Here comes AP Miss Luna's Tide past the 3:30. A charge on the outside by It's a Riadosa Wedding, and Jessa Riot's over here on the stand side rail. AP Miss Luna's Tide, surging Tacha's Secret. And here's Tacha's Secret, this talented mare. Tacha's Secret takes the Horseshoe Indianapolis Classic. From nearest the inside, AP Miss Luna's Tide photo with Jessa Riot, and then Famous Lollipop and Authenticity. They were next home. She's won here again. Tacha's Secret, too tough for them. Five, 1, 11, and then a photo. Stand by for the 4th and 5th. She's won here again. Tacha's Secret. First, number 1, AP Miss Luna's Tide. 38-1. Second, 11, Jessa Riot draws in to run third. Famous Lollipop among those next home, bunched for 4th and 5th. Tacha's Secret rings up an 11th career win. Start 22. 5-year-old mare by Habit Secret, Fernando Morin for Ricardo Martinez, a Duke Racing Stakes winner. Tacha's Secret, there she is, 4-5 favorite. Home again first. The judges have posted number 4, Famous Lollipop, 4th, and number 12, Authenticity was 5th in the Horseshoe Indianapolis Classic, 19.753 seconds, 19.753, 5-1, 11-4, and the 12-5th. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle again here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Number 5, Tatcha's Secret with Fernando Morin. 5-year-old Sorrel Mare by Habit Secret. And a Sin Tatcha's Angel by PYC Paint Your Wagon. The now 11-time winner is trained by Ricardo Martinez. For Duke Racing LLC of Chris Duke and others. The Bradford Stakes winner follows up that success, taking out the Horseshoe Indianapolis Classic in 19.753 seconds. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Tatcha's Secret. She's won again. Winner's presentation, race 10 official. Final results and pays after the Horseshoe Indianapolis Classic Cup. Winner's presentation. Once again, along with Director of Racing and Racing Secretary Chris Polson and Assistant Racing Secretary Chris Kamak. Here's the winner's presentation after the Horseshoe Indianapolis Classic. Presentation to the winning connections of Tatcha's Secret. Congratulations to Duke Racing, Ricardo Martinez, and Fernando Morin. Tatcha's Secret rings up another stakes victory here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, taking out the Horseshoe Indianapolis Classic in 19.753 seconds. Final results and pays in, including that 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta for $3,920.80. Pick 3, $53.05. Exacta, $68.80. 50-cent trifecta, $95.30. 1-5 quarter horse stakes double, $20 even. 10-cent superfecta, $136.25. Famous Lollipop ran 4th, while Fantasy was 5th for the quarter horse Grand High 5. That concludes our live racing program for today. Just to remind all, big event tomorrow, Silks and Roses, 6 p.m. post time. Hope you can join us for a big event. Silks and Roses tomorrow. Racing kicks off at 6. But keep it right here. Up next, Racing Rachel with the post-race show.
Tatcha's Secret wins it again, and I feel pretty on it because Martha Clausen texted me and said she's approaching $500,000 here. She's got to be close now. Over $400,000 lifetime earner, Tatcha's Secret. Tell them about this mare. She's so talented, and you can tell she tries to get up in front of everyone. It's like she's probably the boss of everyone too.
Yeah, she's always a boss, and she always does good, for us. And she never gives us any problems. She's a very easy keeper, and she's just professional. That's all.
Yeah, she is. She's a very talented mare. Now, this guy right here is Chris Duke's dad, and he's a grandpa extraordinaire on top of a wonderful horseman. And boss, Duke Racing, who owns this mare, sent these guys over here to talk to me. So tell me how special this is to win it again.
Well, it's super special. I mean, she's just quite a mare. She's just been doing her job all the time. She just comes in the paddock, and she just looks like she's dead a day at work, and she just comes out and does her job. She's awesome.
She definitely knows what she's doing. It really feels like she does.
She sure does.
Well, congratulations, you guys, on the win.
Thank you. We're just going to go get drunk right now.
Yep. We're going to get beers. Cervezas on Ricardo Martinez. Go get me one. Ooh,
Tequila.
Tequila, even better. Ooh, tequila with Ricardo Martinez. Let me mark that down. Horseshoe Indianapolis Classic, Tatcha's Secret. What a wonderful day of racing. And remember, you guys, this is the last one, so it's a good night from us. But we will be racing a special event tomorrow, Silks and Roses. First post is 6 p.m., so join us for the fun. Good luck.
Off in the Horseshoe Indianapolis Classic, Tatcha's Secret, Sin Tatcha's Secret. Here comes AP Miss Luna's Tide past the 330. A charge on the outside by It's a Rio Dosa Wedden, and Jessup rides over here on the stand side rail. AP Miss Luna's tied, surging Tatcha's Secret. And here's Tatcha's Secret, this talented mare. Tatcha's Secret takes the Horseshoe Indianapolis Classic. From nearest the inside, AP Miss Luna's tied. Photo with